Hello, everyone. What am I doing here? This is Lookout Duck Channel. This is my first attempt at a YouTube Live. It's my first attempt really to do a lot on the eBay side or on the YouTube side of things. But here I am because I was so excited that ChatGPT has gotten, we are now at as you can see here, we are at ChatGPT 4 has been released for ChatGPT. It requires, or in this moment at least, it requires an upgrade to ChatGPT Plus, which I hadn't done previously, but I was excited enough about the GPT-4 coming out that I wanted to go ahead and do that. So I apologize upfront for the fact that this live is going to be crazy and wrong, and I'm going to make lots of mistakes, and that's cool. But I just wanted to share, and I figured if anybody out there wanted to like kind of try out or see ChatGPT for live, and since I was going to try it out anyway, and if anybody wants to join me in the chat and maybe suggest prompts or maybe have a discussion about what's possible, that would be cool. One of the things that I noticed here is that currently there's a cap of 100 messages every 4 hours. So we have 4 hours to use up 100 messages. And that may take not long, and it may take a while. I expect it could take a little while, depending on how fast we go through it, and if we have anybody else join the channel. And so that's what it is. So I am going to be trying to figure out stuff as far as, since this is my first attempt at doing a live stream for anything. I don't know if I'll get any people on here or not. And so if I don't, it'll just be me talking, which may or may not be interesting to anyone. And that's okay. I'm I'm letting it all go. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. We're just here giving stuff out. So as I'm looking off screen here, I'm just looking to see if I can get my chat live. Chat is live. There we go. It says one watching. Stream started 2 minutes ago. And here we are. I'm not going to watch that because that's weird. But I will try to keep an eye on the chat. So, what are we going to do here? Oh my gosh, too many options. So, one of the things, let's see, what's the new? Uh, I want to check on. I do and have done a lot of work around something called nonviolent communication. So, ChatGPT, please give me a description. That's weird. There's a little time lag for when I'm doing things. Description of nonviolent communication. Uh, in the voice of Marshall Rosenberg. And let me know if anything new is happening in teaching it. Whatever. We'll give it a shot. Aw, that's interesting. Aw. Marshall passed a while back. Hello, my dear friend. I'm Marshall Rosenberg, the creator of Nonviolent Communication, also known as NVC. I'm no longer in person with you, but I'm delighted to know that you're interested in NVC. Oh, that's sweet. Nonviolent communication, you see, is a deeply compassionate way of communicating that fosters understanding, empathy and connection among people. It's a method that it helps us transform our thinking, language, and actions away from blame, judgment, and violence toward a more loving and empathic state of being. That works. At its core, NVC comprises four essential components: observation, feeling, needs, and requests. Yes. Oh, it's writing. It seems to be. Wow, it's writing a lot, actually. That's a pretty good set. It's a little longer than I'm used to. Um, we begin making it clear. Next, we connect to our feelings, expressing how the situation emotionally. Yes, then we dig deeper. Oh, that's nice. Dig deeper. That's good language. To identify the underlying needs that give rise to our feelings. That's pretty well written. Lastly, we make requests of ourselves and others framed as positive, actionable steps to meet those needs. Yep. Nonviolent communication is a lifelong is life. Live streaming is making my mouth melt. Nonviolent communication is a lifelong learning journey. As for new developments in teaching it, there are several exciting initiatives. Many educators, therapists, and coaches are integrating MVC principles into their curricula and practice. It's big words. Helping spread compassion. Gosh, that's really pretty well written. Additionally, online platforms and social media are playing an increasingly significant role in the making of NVC more accessible and for a broader audience. Furthermore, there's a growing interest in teaching NVC to children and adolescents, fostering empathy and compassionate communication. Compassionate communication. This is my note. Compassionate communication is another way of saying nonviolent communication, which is good because I don't love the name nonviolent communication. Uh, adolescents fostering empathy and compassionate communication from an early age. Schools and organizations are incorporating NVC training into their curricula to promote a more nurturing and supportive environment. That is pretty freaking clean. Virtual reality. Oh, there's two people watching now. Hello to second person who's here. Virtual reality is an immersive technology that also virtual reality and immersive technologies are also being explored as potential tools for teaching NVC. Interesting. I don't know if that's true, but cool. These innovative approaches allow people to practice their communication skills in a safe and controlled environment, providing real-time feedback and support. That sounds excellent. I think more for this, generally, we would say uh, have people go to practice groups. So I don't know that I do that in a virtual reality sense, but that's a cool thought for something to do, but I don't know of anything like that happening currently. Overall, the future of nonviolent communication is bright. The future is bright. Getting more communication. The future's so bright. Nonviolent communication. All right. That's what we're going to do today. It's going to be a little weirder than I expected. Okay. Overall, the future of nonviolent communication is bright as more people embrace its principles and incorporate them into their daily lives. Check, check. I totally agree with that. Let us all work together to create a world where we can truly hear each other's needs, support one another with love, empathy, and compassion. Yeah, that feels pretty close to the voice of Marshall. Um, so that's pretty good stuff. So there was somebody else watching, but now it's just me. So there is no chat. So I'm going to add to the chat. Please share prompts you might like me to try in the new GPT-4. And I'm also going to, let's see here, how can I do this? Let's do that. And then that's not going to work. Let's open a new one of these and do that, and then put that over there. Just doing some housekeeping here. I need, What I really need is to be able to. Oh, chat's right there. Nice. I don't need to do that. That's cool. Okay, got it. Sorry, learning about live streaming. We have. I wish I had a way to send the channel link somehow. I don't know how to do that exactly. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Mm. All right. I'm hoping somebody joins so that we have some more possibilities of what in the heck is that? Okay. Da, 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 da. I apologize up front for all the time. So, what else are we gonna do? Can you draw me a picture of a giraffe standing in a New York City street? Oh, that's cool. See, now I need my mid journey up and running. Let's see. Can you draw me a picture of a giraffe standing in a New York City street well, I meant to say New York, but New York. Uh, as an AI language model, I am unable to directly draw or create visual images. However, I can help you create a mental picture with this description. Imagine a tall, majestic giraffe standing in the middle of a bustling New York City street. That's great. It figured out that I wanted New York, even though I said New Yor, Y-O-U-R. Damn. Sorry, I'm just looking at the stream, trying to figure out. Let's see, can I do that? There we go. There's the chat. Okay, that allows me to see. Didn't have the other with OBS running in the background. Okay. Imagine a tall, majestic giraffe standing in the middle of a bustling New York City street. Its long, slender legs gracefully positioned on the asphalt, while its long neck stretches high above the yellow cabs and pedestrians who pause to marvel at the sight. The giraffe's gentle eyes gaze at the towering skyscrapers surrounding it, as if it were admitting the city's architectural beauty. Hmm. Well, now I've poured crap all over my shirt. The giraffe's tawny coat, adorned with a unique pattern of irregular dark brown spots, contrasts sharply with the urban backdrop of concrete and steel. This is like a story. This is actually a nice story. As the traffic halts and the people gather around, snapping photos and sharing their astonishment on social media, the giraffe appears unperturbed by the attention, calmly calmly nibbling on leaves from a nearby tree that lines the sidewalk. The unexpected and surreal encounter giraffe. Wow. Let's see. Tell me, create a story using let's see, what's his name? have create a story using the uh, Joseph Campbell. Ugh, that might not be right, spelled right. Campbell, hero's journey of a giraffe finding his way through New York City when he finds himself alone and doesn't know how he got there. Once upon a time, in the heart of the city of New York City, a young giraffe named Jerry found himself standing in Times Square, utterly bewildered by the chaos surrounding him. He had no idea how he got there or where his family was. Thus, Jerry embarked on an extraordinary adventure, the hero's journey. Ordinary world. I guess this is split up into the hero's journey of Joseph Campbell. Back in Africa, Jerry led a peaceful life with his family, grazing on acacia trees and basking in the warm sun. He had never experienced the concrete jungle, but now he was here, alone and afraid. Excuse me, alone and afraid. Call to adventure. As Jerry took in the towering skyscrapers and sea of people, he instinctively knew he had a purpose. He was determined to find his way home while unraveling the mystery of his presence in the city. At first, Jerry felt overwhelmed by the enormity of the task ahead. Fear and self-doubt crept in, tempting him to resign himself to his new urban life. Just as Jerry's spirit began to falter, he met a wise old pigeon named Percy. I love it. Percy has been has seen countless humans and animals come and go in the city and knew every corner of the urban landscape. He learned that quickly since he just got there so quickly. He recognized Gary's potential he recognized Jerry's potential and offered a guide to guide him on his journey. Crossing the threshold with I know I skipped one. With renewed hope, Jerry and Percy ventured into the city, navigating the labyrinth of streets and alleys as they sought clues about Jerry's arrival and the path home. Tests allies and enemies. I think this is the bigger hero's journey structure, not the one from Joseph Campbell. So it's interesting that it didn't make that connection. I don't know if the misspelling might have mattered, but I think Joseph Campbell's model is smaller. Tests allies and enemies. Throughout their journey, Jerry and Percy encountered numerous challenges: aggressive dogs, impatient drivers, and even animal control officers attempting to capture Jerry. Along the way, they also met helpful allies, including a network of street savvy squirrels and a kind hearted zookeeper named Samantha. Boy, they're naming everybody. I like the idea the the animal control officers attempting to capture Jerry just it just seems like they just totally lost track of him. Like, oh, we thought we saw a giraffe, but we lost him. Like, what's the story? I'm gonna type this. I won't. I'll finish reading, but I'm gonna say, what's the story of how Jerry was able to elude. Good. I think am I using that word right? Oh, God, now I gotta look it up. Elude? Elude Elude. Trick. Delude. Elude him. I think that works. Elude. Verb. To deceive or trick. Yeah, sure. How did how was Jerry able to elude his capture from the animal control officers? Please tell me that story. So I'll come back to that. All right. You do not need to follow the hero's journey this time. All right. So we'll come back to that, and I'm just going to cut and paste that in case I lose it. There we go. Where'd we go? Da, 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 da. Instinctively knew. Where was I? Don't remember. With renewed hope, Jerry. Where did it go? Acacia trees. I'm gonna have to be better at doing this. Oh, there we go. Animal controls all officers along the way. They also met helpful allies, including a network of street-savvy squirrels and a kind-hearted zookeeper named Samantha. So I get the street-savvy squirrels. So I'm going to add that. Include interactions with the street-savvy squirrels. I'm not sure about Samantha. I don't know. Samantha doesn't make sense to me. Again, I'm not sure how that goes together. Since Samantha, I'm not sure where Samantha comes, and if Samantha is zookeeper, I can't imagine Samantha just hanging out with Jerry the giraffe in the town. There's probably a story there too, but that's not the story I'm going to go. Okay, approach to the innermost cave. Welcome to whoever's joined the stream. If you have any chats you'd like to throw out there at some point, I wrote basically I had it write a story in the form of the hero's journey about a giraffe suddenly appearing in New York City, and I'm sort of just reading through that. So, and you're gone, so none of that matters anymore. As they developed, as they delved deeper, like these are pretty fancy, or like the vocabulary is good, and these are in the response. As they delved deeper into the city, Jerry discovered that he had been brought to New York by a notorious animal smuggler. Where in the world? Like, okay, boy, you'd have to like, now like there's a sub story in each piece. So the animal story that would be another sub story. He realized his family might be in danger and that the stakes had never been higher. Never been higher. Ordeal. Armed with this knowledge, Jerry and his friends staged a daring rescue at the smuggler's warehouse, where they found other animals caged and awaiting their uncertain fates. They confronted the smuggler and, with Samantha's help, managed to free the animals and bring the man to justice. Wow, that's a lot of stuff skipped over. Uh, that's I think I need the story in parts. So maybe I should tell it to write the story. Like it can be a hero's journey, but like instead of this outline, to basically write each part of the story individually. That might be interesting. I guess you could even tell it that. Uh, Reward. For his bravery, Jerry was hailed as a hero by the city's inhabitants. Instead of what I would have expected was the city inhabitants to be freaked out that there's a giraffe running around town. The mayor moved by Jerry's plight, arranged for his safe return to Africa. Well, that's nice. That's a good mayor. The road back. With his family's safety secured and a newfound understanding of the broader world, Jerry prepared for the journey home, accompanied by Percy and Samantha. So Samantha and Percy went all the way back to Africa. Good gosh, that's a heck of a trip. Who had become trusted friends. Oh, there's like so many. This like is nice because it's actually creating lots of potential sub stories and detail. Upon his return to Africa, Jerry was reunited with his family, who had been worried sick about his disappearance. Okay? He shared his incredible story and the lessons he had learned about courage, resilience, and the power of friendship. Oh, there's some good stories in there for power of friendship. Return with the elixir. Jerry's adventure had transformed him into a wise and confident giraffe, admired by his entire community. He would forever be grateful for his experiences in New York City, which had shown him that no matter how far away from home you wander, you can always find your way back, as long as you believe in yourself and trust in the kindness of others. Well, that's pretty sweet. So in following up, I am going to I'm going to continue with this. What's the story of how Jerry was unable to? I'm reading my question while it types. What's the story of how Jerry was able to elude his capture from the animal control officers? Please tell me that story. You do not need to specifically follow Harry's journey this time. Include interactions with the street savvy squirrels. Yeah, because I was wondering about them. There's lots of characters. It set up a lot of characters. Jerry and Percy have been navigating the busy streets of New York City for days, relying on Percy's extensive knowledge and the urban landscape to stay one step ahead of the animal control officers. Oh, that makes sense. So, okay, so that's why they got away, because Percy was there. Percy had the knowledge, not Jerry. Percy being the pigeon, if I remember correctly, and Jerry being the giraffe that is the main protagonist, I think, of our story. Don't catch me on story writing things. That's a new venture for me. The city was abuzz with the news of the giraffe on the loose, and it seemed as if every officer had been mobilized to capture Jerry. Ooh, well, that's a lot. And again, it's amazing that Jerry might get away, but Percy's smart duck. I'm gonna say duck, even though I think he's a pigeon. One day, as they made their way down a quiet street lined with trees, they noticed a group of squirrels chattering excitedly among themselves. Percy approached the squirrels, hoping they might have some useful information about the animal control officers' movements. Look at that, it even did the officers' it put the apostrophe in the right place. That's nice. "Excuse me, friends," said Percy politely. I think I'm doing a Percy voice. Where did that come from? "We're looking for any news of the animal controls officers. Have you heard anything that might help us?" A particularly bushy-tailed squirrel named Stella piped up. It's pretty good names, actually. "We've heard they're planning a big operation to capture Jerry. they've set up a net trap in Central Park where they think he'll most likely to be found. he's in so he's in New York City. Um so he's in New York City, and they think in all of New York City they're going to set up a net trap so that they might catch him in a very specific place in Central Park. Central Park. I mean, even if you just said there's a giraffe in Central Park, the idea of setting up one net trap is crazy. Ah. I like that it's creating a world where it's making so many interesting assumptions. Jerry's eyes widened in alarm, but Percy remained calm. Thank you, Stella. I don't know if I'm doing the same voice or not. We'll do our best to avoid the park. Do you have any other tips for evading capture? Stella and her fellow squirrels huddled together, whispering and nodding. After a moment, she turned back to Percy and Jerry. We've got an idea. The humans are expecting a tall, conspicuous giraffe. We can use that to our advantage. If we if we can somehow disguise Jerry and move around the city in smaller increments, we might be able to just outsmart them. Smaller increments? I think the use of the word smaller there may not be quite right. We have yeah, we have smaller yeah, we have smaller increments. That's interesting. We might just be able to outsmart them. So, I don't know how they're making him smaller. They're not like moving in smaller increments would mean moving uh like little like maybe half steps at a time, just like instead of running through the city, we're going to move in smaller increments. Like that makes sense, but they're referring to the tallness of the giraffe, and I think what the conceptual thing they're trying to do is to make the giraffe smaller. Got an idea. The humans are expecting a tall, conspicuous giraffe. We can use that to our advantage if we can somehow disguise Jerry and move him around in smaller increments. So it's either that or they mean they're going to cut Jerry into pieces and move him around in smaller increments so he'll be less likely to be caught, which sounds very sad and maybe disgusting and horrifying. Horrifying is a good word. Please explain. I don't know if I can do that. Percy and Jerry agreed to the plan, and the squirrels went to work. Maybe they'll describe it. They scurried around the city, gathering materials like large pieces of cloth, branches, and even a few discarded clothing items. They skillfully constructed a makeshift shift camouflage for Jerry, using the cloth to create a shroud that covered his distinctive spots and blending in branches to mimic the surrounding environment. Jerry, now barely recognizable as a giraffe, moved curiously through the city with Percy perched on his back, acting as his lookout. The street savvy squirrels accompanied them, darting through the trees and along the sidewalks, keeping an eye out for any sign of the animal control officers. That's good. At one point, Jerry found himself dangerously close to a group of officers who are inspecting a large net in Central Park. I love that there's just like there's a giraffe running around. We've got the giraffe now camouflaged by the squirrels, so that's great. There's a couple of little misses of logic in here, I think, uh, but I love that the the animal control officers that are chasing the giraffe are still waiting in a certain part of the park, like in a part of Central Park. They're just sitting there with a net, waiting for the giraffe to come to them, which statistically speaking is an extremely extremely low probability, I think. Ah, let's see. At one point, Gary found himself dangerously close to the group of officers a large net, who were inspecting a large net in Central Park. His heart raced as they scrutinized the disguise, but thanks to the squirrel's handiwork, they mistook him for a peculiar piece of street art and moved on. So they are okay, so they have a large net in Central Park, but they're moving on, which means they're not central in Central Park. They are moving around. Um, as the days passed, Jerry and his team of squirrels, led by Stella and guided by Percy, successfully evaded capture by staying vigilant and adapting their strategies. They navigated the concrete jungle with stealth and cunning, always managing to remain just out of reach of the animal control officers. Through their resourcefulness, teamwork, and the help of the street savvy squirrels, Jerry was able to continue his journey through New York City, ultimately leading him to the discovery of the notorious animal smuggler and setting the stage for his daring rescue mission. maybe we just do streams where we maybe we just do streams where we have ChatGPT tell us stories, and then we just ask about different parts of the stories and just see where it what happens. So, please explain how the animal control officers. Please explain the of the animal strategies. I'm not sure that's spelled right. Or strategies that the animal control officers used. Please explain the strategies that the animal control officers used to try to capture Jerry. I'm confused by why they were waiting in Central Park with a net, but also so dangerously his heart raced as they scrutinized as a street savvy squirrels. Just trying to figure out inspecting a large, but also could you explain their capture strategy in detailed follow followable and detailed easy to follow steps that I could use if I were trying easy to follow steps. Yeah, let's try that. I apologize for any confusion in my previous response. I'll clarify the strategy of the animal control officers used to try to capture Jerry in more detailed and easy to follow manner. Surveillance and reporting. Number one. The animal control officers relied heavily on surveillance footage and reports from the public to track Jerry's movements. They monitored cameras positioned throughout the city and maintained a hotline for citizens to call in with any giraffe sightings. Several teams of animal control officers were deployed across the city, each assigned a specific zone. Patrol teams. These teams were in constant communication and with their headquarters, ready to respond quickly to any reported sightings of Jerry. That makes sense. Central Park trap. The animal control officers chose Central Park as their site for the trap because they believed Jerry might seek refuge in the park's relatively natural environment. I guess that makes sense. They set up a large net trap in a secluded area, hoping to catch Jerry if he wandered into the park. Some officers were stationed nearby to monitor the trap, while others were patrolling their zones. Okay. Still, I think it's unlikely that uh, that in all the places in New York that you could pick one spot in Central Park and just set up a net. Like maybe if you were driving like if people were like if everybody was like driving the giraffe in a certain direction, that would make sense, but I don't know. Bait and capture. The officers attempted to lure Jerry to the Central Park trap using food such as fresh leaves and fruit as bait. They also placed several other bait stations throughout the city, hoping to guide Jerry towards the park. I guess that makes sense. You might have to. New York's a pretty big place, though. You'd have to send a lot of people around to figure that out, and that's a lot of movement. Like you'd think you'd want to trap the giraffe wherever he was, as opposed to lure him somewhere because it could be like miles to send to get him somewhere to trap. It'd be better maybe to have some kind of a portable trap. I don't know, or I guess find out where he is and yeah, set up a trap that was closer. But it might be more obvious the because a big net in the city is going to probably be noticeable and easy for the giraffe and Percy the pigeon to get around. Bait and capture. That part that actually makes it make more sense. Blockades and containment. In the event of a confirmed sighting, animal control officers would quickly establish a perimeter around the area, setting up temporary blockades to prevent Jerry from escaping. They would then work to gradually close in on his position, using tranquilizer darts if necessary to subdue him safely. Tranquilizer darts actually make sense. They should have mentioned that earlier. I think the net idea doesn't make as much sense as tranquilizer darts because they're much more portable. So that's a good thing to add. Let's see. Collaboration and authorities. I see somebody else is watching here, and just FYI, if you're watching and you want me to try a prompt for you, just type it in the chat and let me know. I've got, I think, like 97 more messages I can use for the next 4 hours, and it's taken me actually. Uh, I'm going through these. I'm going through these pretty slow at this point, so might take some time. So I'm finishing off this story kind of I had it right, and then I'm getting into some details of how the story went. Collaboration and local authorities. The animal control officers collaborated with the police, traffic control, and other city departments to mobilize resources as needed, ensuring public safety and minimizing disruption during their attempts to capture Jerry. Jerry being the giraffe. That's the thing we're hunting in this uh, in this story because he just appeared out of nowhere, and he didn't know why or where he was coming from. The animal control officers utilized a combination of surveillance, patrols, traps, and containment strategies in their efforts to capture Jerry However, thanks to resourcefulness of Jerry, Percy, and the squirrel allies, they were ultimately successful in their pursuit. So they did get away, and they got back to family and all of that back into place. Pretty good stuff. All right. So I think now I want to try something to take two different ideas and put them together that wouldn't normally go together. I think I might even start a new chat because I've been deep in this story stuff for a while. So, no, I want GPT-4. There we go. Make sure that I'm doing that. You have a cap of 100 messages every 4 hours, so that's fine. I wonder if I've been doing GPT-4. Whatever. New chat. Let's see. I want to. Uh, can you uh, devise a metaphor to explain a metaphor using animals and personality traits? Can you use it? Can you devise a metaphor using animal and personality traits that explains scoring a touchdown to down in the last few minutes of an American football game? Yeah, I gotta capitalize that, I'm assuming. There you go. Do, 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 do. So somebody else might have joined. We're just trying out this ChatGPT 4 and asking it things. So if you have any prompts you'd like to try, throw them in the chat and I will potentially get to them. I can do about 100 messages every 4 hours and we're just getting started. So, can you devise a metaphor using animals and personality traits that explains scoring a touchdown in the last few minutes of an American football game? Okay, response. Oh, that's short. Scoring a touchdown in the last few minutes of an American football game is like a cunning fox outwitting a pride of lions in the final moments of a high-stakes hunt. Oh, I like that, the idea that they bring in the hunt part. The fox, representing the underdog team, deftly navigates the Lions' territory, displaying agility. I'm liking again. I don't know why, but I'm actually liking the fact that they're using this apostrophe correctly, or what I think is correctly. Territory displaying agility, determination, and unwavering focus. I like unwavering focus. The Lions, symbolizing the leading team, demonstrate power and confidence throughout the chase. But in the end, the fox's clever strategy and perseverance allow it to emerge victorious, leaving the pride astonished and humbled. What clever strategy did the foxes use to score? The fox, in a display of unparalleled cunning, that's a good phrase, used a series of deceptive maneuvers and quick changes in direction to outpace the lions by luring the pride into a false sense of security. The fox managed to find gaps in their defenses, their overconfidence, exploiting their overconfidence. In the final moments, the fox executed a daring and unexpected play, catching the lions off guard and sprinting towards victory. This triumphant move represents the underdog team's surprising last-minute touchdown in their win. Please have the sports announcer for the football game describe the actions taken by both teams during this amazing play. So this is as a sports announcer, so I might I'll momentarily try to do a sports announcer voice. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the last few minutes of a nail-biting game with the underdogs trailing by just a few points. In this case, the underdogs are the Foxes when they're playing against the Lions. The atmosphere is electric as they line up for what could be the game-winning play. Or that's interesting that it's leaning towards game-winning as the play. Uh, Michael, I see you've got you got a response here. I'll get to that in just a moment after I finish reading this. The quarterback takes the snap, dropping back into the pocket. The opposing team's defensive line, a formidable force throughout the game, lunges forward like a pack of lions closing in on their prey. They're determined to protect their lead and keep the quarterback from making a successful pass. But like a cunning fox, the underdog's offense displays remarkable agility and coordination. The wide receiver, who has been relatively quiet all game, suddenly bursts into life. He fakes a move to the left, drawing the attention of the defensive backs, then sharply cuts back to the right, exploiting a brief opening in the coverage. The quarterback, under the immense pressure, sees the opportunity and releases a perfectly timed pass just as the defensive line nearly reaches him. The spiraling football soars through the air, zeroing in on its target. The wide receiver, still in full stride, stretches out his terms and miraculously snatches the ball from the clutches of the opposing team. The crowd goes wild as he sprints down the sideline, barely keeping his feet in bounds. Well, that's a nice touch. The defense, having been outwitted, desperately tries to catch up, but it's too late. The wide receiver dives into the end zone, securing the touchdown and completing the stunning upset. It's a breathtaking play for the ages, and the underdog team has achieved the surprisingly impossible, sending shockwaves through the stadium and etching their names in the annals of football history. Perfect. So I'm going to cut and paste this. I think like the language is not poetic, but it's it's like smart language. It's using words that are and phrases that are engaging. Um, but it's like I think if it seems like it's a pretty good writer. Like it actually is saying things in a pretty good way. All right. And let's see. Michael, what do we got here? Create a chatbot using OpenAI API and Twilio API that can respond to user messages on WhatsApp. When a user sends a message to Twilio phone number, the message forward to Open API. Okay. I think I need to, in order to do that, I need to start a new chat because I don't want it to be confused that we're still watching a football game. So I think I'm just going to cut and paste what you guys offer as prompts. So keep that in mind as you're offering prompts. I'm just going to type what you type because if I try to interpret them, I think that'll just slow me down and it'll confuse things. All right. To create a chatbot using OpenAPI and Twilio API, you need to use the following steps. Sign up for the OpenAPI and Twilio accounts. Okay, create an account. Great. Oh, that's not. Oh, that's nice that it has the links there. That's new. I don't think I've seen that before. Maybe I have, but I saw that on Bing, but I haven't seen that on the OpenAI thing. Sign up for a Twilio account and get your Twilio phone number, account ID, and that's nice that it has those extra steps. I don't know if they're accurate or not, but that's cool. Set up your environment, install Python. That's pretty detailed if it knows 3.6 or above. That's kind of cool. If it's made the link, uh, install OpenAPI, Twilio Flask, install Flask, okay. Create a new Python example WhatsApp bot API. Create a new Python file, okay. Wow, this is code and all. Import the required binaries. I know a little bit about code, but not a ton, so I have no idea whether, I mean, I know what a lot of this is, but not a ton. It looks like this is all kind of set up. Set up credentials, that makes sense. So you need to set up your credentials for both sides. That absolutely makes sense, I think. Create a function. Gosh, it does a pretty good job. I think the answers are longer than I'm used to in the normal ChatGPT. Like these answers feel a little longer than I'm used to. Not a ton, but maybe 30 to 50% longer. Create a function that can communicate with OpenAI. So there we have a nice little function. Generate response. DaVinci Code. Good gosh, this is way smarter on this stuff than I am. So I'm just gonna put this up on the screen. There we go. Put this up on the screen so you can potentially look it over. Yeah, I'll get to the other prompts. I see those other ones, Simone. Um, I will be there momentarily. Uh, I'm not going to read through all of that because I don't know what most of that means, but you can screenshot it potentially or go back on the. I'll leave this recording up so you can come back and look at it. Start your Flask app by running Python. Da da da. I think that's the thing you just created. Expose your local server to this tunneling service and Grok again. Boy, this is great because as somebody who's only got a little, I did a lot of sysadmin in my background, but I didn't do a lot of this kind of coding. Uh, yeah, this is pretty cool. Click on the phone number. Yeah, I'm assuming your chatbot is now ready to receive and respond to messages on WhatsApp. Users can send messages to your Twilio phone number, and chatbot will respond with responses. Cool. I think that makes sense. So since I'm gonna leave that and start a new one. So it's letting you select a model now. So I'm going down to the GPT-4 model. So remind me if I missed that. Cool, Michael. Glad that you liked that. That was awesome. Cool. I like it. Simone. Let's see. Good gosh. Okay, this is going to be complicated. I'm assuming that those are going to be two separate prompts, so I will put them in one at a time. Uh, Pure oxygen flows through a pipe. The pipe changes its section. In section A, the diameter is 100 millimeters, the temperature 15 degrees, and the pressure is 3 bar, and the average is that. I think maybe I can include in section B, yeah. So these are all one prompt, so I'll include that. So I will include the second part since it's all one thing. Then Simone's saying the two messages along the same prompt. It's a math prompt. Okay, so that's a math prompt. So let's see what it does with this math prompt. Let's see. In section B, we have a diameter of 200 millimeters, a temperature of -5 degrees. Calculate the average velocity, and in B, and then B, calculate the mass flow rate. All right, let's give it a shot. And you'll have to let me know, Simone, whether this is right or not. All right. To calculate the average velocity in section B, we'll use the principle of continuity, which states that the mass flow rate is constant through the pipe. The mass flow rate, m dot. Let me know, Simone, too, if any of this, if you can have any insights as to whether it's correct or not, or if there's any parts that are a little off. Can be defined as a product of density. The flow rate, m dot, can be defined as the product of the density, cross-sectional area, and velocity of the fluid. So I guess it's giving you the whole formula here. So I guess that's cool. It's even giving you like, it's not just solving it, I guess it's telling you how it's solving it, which is helpful. Since the mass flow rate is constant, we can equate the mass flow rate in section A and section B. Good gosh, that's crazy, but I'm assuming that makes sense to the math person. Sure thing, Michael. Glad to help, and yeah, feel free to throw me more prompts if you want to look at other stuff, since I'm just screwing around. Uh, and I guess prompts that test capabilities, like just what can it do, and so feel free to ask it like weird things that you want to just see what its capabilities are and what it might be able to do. Uh, and I'm assuming while I'm saying all of that, you're reading through all of this, Simone. Maybe that makes sense. And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing Simone. Uh, First convert to Kelvin. Okay, that makes sense. I know that Kelvin is a thing. For oxygen, the molecular mass. Good gosh, that's pretty good information. We can rewrite the ideal gas law in terms of, good gosh, that's amazing. Now we can solve for densities. Next, we find the cross-sectional areas and the diameters. There we go. Now we can solve for the average velocity in section B, VB. This is way complicated. Anyway, I love it if you actually know what this is doing, or you can see what's going on. Now we can solve for the extra velocity. So A. So here's it. Wow. So the actual response. So that was nice. It walked you through all of the stuff that it took to get there, which is amazing. So you can see its logical steps. But then it actually ends with the A and B that you asked for. So the average velocity in section B is 6.23 per millisecond per meters per second. M per S? Who knows what those are? If I was keeping track as I read, that probably would make sense. I'm guessing it's M's per second, M's per S, and I'll say second. I think it's correct. Oh my God, amazing. Thank you. Sure thing, Simone. To calculate the mass, so B, to calculate the mass flow rate, we can go through the mass flow rate in either section A or section B. We'll use section A. Good gosh, that's amazing. All right, mass flow rate is right there. Woof. I think it's correct. Now we can test if the regenerating response is consistent. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. Um, do you want me to like give it the question again to regenerate a response? I'm not clear. I'll take a second while I think of another prompt, um, just to see. I'm not sure what the delay is on seeing your messages. Hmm. While I'm thinking of another prompt. Well, actually, here, what I'll do is I'll just start that second chat, and then this one will be new. So I can go back to that one, I think, if I get yes. So yes, you want me to, yes, you want me to put the question in again? I guess I could do that. Sure, why not? We'll see what that does. It might be interesting. All right. Oh, regenerate. Oh, there was a regenerate button there. I get it now. Okay. See, I'm learning stuff too. It's great. All right, to calculate the average velocity, Q equals AV looks a little different. I'm just going up here again. Q equals AV. So that's different than this M dot idea. So that's different. So it is a slightly different response. Cross-sectional areas. So I'm going back up to see if it did that. No, it looks like it's potentially doing it. Those are the cross-sectional areas. 0.78. Yep, looks like the cross-sectional areas are the same. So I'll just pause here for a sec so you can look at this response. Volumetric flow rate. It seems like it's coming at it from a different angle. So we still have our regular responses, 6.25, and convert to Kelvin, all this sort of thing. So A, 6.25 ms, and up above, 6.23 ms, so it's slightly different. And then convert to Kelvin, oxygen, mass flow rate. So it ends here with and it goes back to m dot again, so I guess that's a thing that you know about. Excuse me. Mass flow rate, 0.790 kilograms per second, I'm assuming. And then I'm going to go back up for a second and see if that matches 0.790, 0.790 kilograms per second. Kilograms per second. There you go. So it looks like somebody else joined. If you have any prompts you'd like me to throw through this and you just want to see what it'll do, send it my way. Simone just had to do a pretty, I think, substantially complicated math problem, so that was interesting. I had it tell a story earlier, and so it seems to be done in a different way, but arrives at almost the same results, and that's great. Perfect. All right. I want you to become a prompt creator. Da, 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 da. Sure thing. Thanks, Simone. I'm glad you got to enjoy, and thanks for the sub. Um, I'm just starting this channel, really, so I just decided that today I'd have some fun and get out there and just see how folks were doing. And to show this off. Okay, Michael, you sent me a lot of stuff. I'm going to respond to Carrie first just because that's a shorter question. If you put a photo of it, would you know how to describe it? So I wonder how I can add a photo. Let's see if I can. I thought it had that capability. I don't see anything in particular, but let me pull up. Let me see if I can find an image. So let's create an image, or let's get an image. Free image. Let's say a mountain. Let's say, actually, I have an image I can use if I can find it. So I'm gonna see if I can. Podcast. No. I'm just looking to see if I have an image that I can pull up. I'm gonna just try to drag and drop it and see if that works. So let's try that. Images. images. Yeah, we'll try this. All right, so I dragged an image and all it did was open a web page with the image on it. Yeah, it's not. I'm assuming. I don't know if you can see that or not. Let me try that one more time and just see if you can, because I'm trying to on my platform showing this stuff. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be slow. What are you doing? You silly program. So I think I don't know how to give it an maybe if I give it a link to an it can't be that smart. Show me an image of mountains and provide that I can use with full rights on the internet. Please provide a link to the image. And okay, let's try that. As an AI-based model, I'm unable to search the internet and provide direct links to images. However, I can guide you through how to find images on the internet. One option is to go to Creative Commons. That makes sense. I know Pexels and Pexabay. I've used both of those in the past. Please visit the websites and mountains. So I think then yeah, I don't think it's gonna let me do that. Okay. All right. Oh my, that's a long prompt, Michael. I will cut and paste that together. Let's see here. But I like the commitment. And maybe this is a prompt. Let's see. Let's try new chat. GPT-4. And all right, so it's just going to take me a minute. Michael's got a multi-level prompt here, so I am going to copy the darned whole thing. And we will see what happens based on my da-da-da. I'm assuming that YouTube is limiting how much you can put in chat, so that's fine. Maybe have to find something to do that later. So I'm probably not going to read this whole thing. Since it's a lot of pieces. But here we go. But that's until it's complete. I'm going to put a period at the end of that. Okay. Prompt creator. So I'll go ahead and let it get started, and then I'll just go ahead and read that while we're starting. When you become a prompt creator, your goal is to help me craft the best possible prompts. The prompt will be used by you, ChatGPT. You will follow the following process. Your first responsibility to ask the prompt should be about. I will provide my answer, but okay. So this is an iterative process, Michael. You're creating a workflow. So let's find out what you want your next prompt to be. And again, I don't know how quickly this goes through. Your first response will be to ask me the prompt should be about. I will provide my answer, but we will need to improve it through continual iterations. This is similar to a prompt that I saw somebody put on YouTube recently. That was interesting. I didn't spend a lot of time with it, but I really liked the way it was coming up with things. Iterations by going through this next step. Based on my input, it will generate 3 sections. A revised prompt, yes. Suggestions, things that you could add to the prompt to improve it, questions, anything relevant, da 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 da. All right. So I can potentially type some stuff in here, or you can potentially type some stuff in here. I really don't know how long the lag is between you asking a question. I'm actually going to cut and paste this. Between you asking a question on YouTube and me being able to uh, see what your responses are. So I don't even know if you're still here. There's two people on the prompt. So let's see here. I want to write let's see. I want, your goal is to a possible prompt. Create a prompt that describes create an what should the prompt be about? Please be specific. Please provide a topic, a general idea of the prompt you'd like to create me to create. I want to start a YouTube channel. Boy, that's taking a lot of time. I want to start a YouTube channel and get as many views as possible, as quickly as possible, to get on the what's it called? The paid program. Good God, I don't even remember what it's called. On the partner program. It requires 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. The channel would be about AI. Sure, why not? All right, revised prompt. Provide strategies and tips for quickly growing a YouTube channel about AI to reach 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 hours of watch time in order to join the YouTube partner program. B, suggestions include a target audience. Okay, probably, let's see. I wonder how you're supposed to respond to that exactly. Interesting. I include target audience, mentions, so let's just give it some more. Target audience is people interested in keeping up with and exploring, let's say, interested in playing with and exploring the capabilities of AI for fun and maybe profit. It's ridiculous, but whatever. Specific AI topics to focus on? No. Content format? 10 to 15-minute YouTube videos. Let's see. I don't know for the moment. I've used this to create code and better response from ChatGPT? Yeah, I think it works well. I used that before, so I'm just walking through uh, trying to do that. Let's see. Suggest a posting schedule. I would want you to suggest a posting schedule. I have no idea. Post once or twice a week, maybe more if lots is happening in the AI space. Provide tips for channel branding and promotion. I don't have any ideas for that. Questions. Who is your target audience? Target audience is beginners and people curious about AI, but don't necessarily that won't necessarily use it themselves. Advanced users too, but want to keep it open to newbies and curious people. Are there any specific AI subtopics or fields you like to focus on? No. Any specific AI subtopics? Not really. Open to what is interesting to me and others. Want to invite people to join in the discovery and play by providing their own ideas. What format? I'm gonna cut and can't really read that whole thing. That's unfortunate. Can I? Nope. Oh, that's a bug. That's in the way. I can't read those words. And I can't cut and paste them. So that's a little bit of a bug. Format would be YouTube videos and potentially live streams where people can suggest prompts and we talk about them. And maybe have a few laughs. What the hell? Is this better than ChatGPT? It is ChatGPT, actually. Today, ChatGPT released GPT-4. What was running previously, if I understand correctly, was GPT 3.5. ChatGPT 4 got released to the public as of today, but it requires you to join ChatGPT Plus, which is the $20 a month subscription in order to be able to access it. It may be free at some point, um, but I went ahead and just because I was excited that it came out, that I wanted to check it out. So if you see here, like, so this is this is the Chat GPT stuff, and then I'm selecting this GPT-4 model. Uh, let's see. Okay. So I gave it the prompt that you gave earlier, Michael, to look at to kind of help us create a better prompt. And then this is the revised prompt based on, or this is the revised prompt based on the information I gave it. Oh, that's a lot more words. Provide strategies. This is the revised prompt. Provide strategies and tips for growing a YouTube channel aimed at beginners and AI enthusiasts, focused on exploring AI capabilities for fun and potential profit. The channel, those are my words, the channel will feature 10 to 15-minute videos posted once or twice a week with possible live streams for interactive discussions. That is good. I like the way it said interactive discussions. I like that. The goal is to quickly reach 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time to join the YouTube Partner Program. So it actually knew what the name of that was, and I couldn't remember. Suggestions: establish unique and engaging channel branding. Sure. Uh, I got this channel I've had up for a long time, but I've never certainly used it for this. It's mainly just a channel that I had set aside for some just basically just stream of consciousness things that were interesting to me. But it was the only one that I had available that could do a live stream without waiting 24 hours. So here we are. I've got another channel that I may put up uh, probably tomorrow, as it'll take 24 hours to go, and then I may switch over to that channel. But for now, here we go. And yeah, welcome any subscriptions or whatever. What are we doing? Okay, suggestions. Establish a unique. Oh, this is better than, you weren't asking, is it better than ChatGPT? This is better than ChatGPT. Okay, good. GPT. Cool. I did all of that talking and I hadn't even read your prompt correctly. So, yeah, I think it's potentially better. I definitely know that it definitely seems like it's longer. It's offering longer responses, I think. Um, it'd be interesting to see how far that pushes. So, in creating this new prompt, we've got this revised prompt, which was nice. We have suggestions, unique and engaging channel branding. Uh, yeah, this one's Lookout Duck, and we may have some other branding down the road. We'll see. Highlight and the interactive aspect of the channel. That would be cool. I think that was cool because I'm enjoying playing here. I think I almost need somebody helping me out to make sure that they're reading the chat so that I can get at that quicker. Or a little sound would be nice if it had a little bell when somebody put something in the chat so I could just go to it when that happened. Of course, when I have two users on watching, it's not as big a deal. I'm rambling. Uh, Highlight the interactive aspect of the channel, develop content plan that balances beginner-friendly topics with more advanced subjects. Oh, these are suggestions to me for things I can do. Okay, that's cool. So I see. So it's offering me a prompt and it's offering me ideas of things I can do. That's what the suggestion piece is. That's pretty cool. Use social media and community engagement for promotion. Certainly, encourage user-generated content and ideas for AI exploration. Absolutely. Incorporate humor entertainment to make content more appealing. Sure, I'm hoping that I would do that naturally, but to each his own. And it's the internet, so some people might like it, some people won't, and we'll deal with that just fine. Consider collaborations with other AI-related channels and influences. Sure, that's a possibility down the road as well. Questions. Okay, so these are questions to me to help me even revise, excuse me, to revise the prompt even more. So, do you have any specific examples of AI projects or tools you'd like to feature on your channel? Uh, Today, I'd like to feature uh, GPT-4 since it was just released and is brand new. Are there any AI influencers explorers you'd like to collaborate with in your future content? Uh, Other AI would like to collaborate with AI influencers at some point, but it's too soon for that, and I don't know any personally. And then, what platforms would you like to use for community engagement and channel promotion? Uh, Channels I'd like to use would be mostly YouTube and maybe Twitter. Sure, why not? Sure thing, Michael. So, provide strategies and tips for growing a YouTube channel aimed at beginners and AI enthusiasts focused on exploring AI capabilities for fun and profit. The channel will feature 15-minute videos posted once or twice a week with possible streams for interactive decisions. The goal is to quickly reach 1,000 subscribers in 4,000 hours. There you go. The content will start with featuring GPT-4 and will eventually include collaborations with AI. The primary platforms computing engagement are YouTube and Twitter. Great suggestions. Create engaging introductory video. Cool, I could do that. Well, I don't know. I'm creating a video right now. Who knows uh, whether it's informative or engaging, but it's definitely a thing. Develop a content plan that balances beginner-friendly topics and more advanced subjects related to GPT-4 and other AI technologies. Absolutely, that would be cool. And use Twitter to share updates, behind-the-scenes content, and engage with the AI community. Absolutely. Encourage user-generated content and ideas for AI exploration through YouTube comments and Twitter interactions. Sure. Utilize humor and entertainment. That's a weird suggestion, but that's something I mentioned. So, uh, network with AI influencers on Twitter to build relationships. Sure. Research and stay updated on AI trends to feature relevant and timely content. Certainly. Questions. Would you like any tips on creating an engaging introductory video? Yes. 1. Yes. 2. Are there any other AI technologies you're interested in featuring in the future? Uh, Stable diffusion and mid-journey and others as I discover them. And then 3, do you have any specific ideas for using Twitter to boost engagement and grow your audience? No, that's not important right now. We'll see if it takes the 1, 2, 3. I guess it did. Let's see. Yep, I'll do that in a second. I was going to do one more round of checking on it and seeing what the thing looks like. So it's written me a nice longer prompt. Primary platform for the community channel promotion will be YouTube. So it dropped the Twitter thing. That's good. I think you're right. We've done enough of this. So I'm going to start a new window with a new chat, and I'm going to put GPT-4, and then we're going to take the prompt that we just created and go. All right. Growing a YouTube channel, catering to beginners and AI enthusiasts requires a well-planned strategy, maybe. Or I could just show up one day and start a live stream. Engaging content and consistent community interaction. That would be nice to reach 1,000 and hours of subscribers and 4,000 hour watch time. Follow these steps: content planning and organization, research trending AI topics and relevant keywords. Sure. Create a content calendar to schedule your videos and live streams. Sure, that's a thing that someone could do if they had planning in their structure. It's interesting that these things are flashing. Oh, it's maybe flashing. Huh, maybe that's the most important thing. Huh, I'll ask it what the flashing thing means. Um, Develop content around GPT, Stable Diffusion, and any other relevant AI technologies. Sure. Uh, Engaging video production. Create attention-grabbing titles, thumbnails, and intros. Sure. I did an okay job on today's thumbnail, I think, but not sure about the title, and certainly intro-wise, since this is the first time I've ever tried to do anything like this, I think it was probably subpar, but I'll take that. Maintain high-quality video and audio. Well, I fully agree that that's a good thing to do. Ensure the content is easy to understand for beginners. Divide videos into sections, timestamps. Great. Add visual aids such as graphics, animations, or screen chapters. Rodrigo, yes, I am using GPT-4. I have paid the subscription fee and I'm offering to put up prompts if you've got something you want me to try and you'd like to see what it'll do. Just put the prompt in the chat and maybe do a prompt colon and then just give me the prompt. It's okay if it takes up more than one line. Just let me know that so I can cut and paste. Because it's hard if I can't interpret what you want. But yeah, feel free to throw it out there. So this is a prompt. We had it. We went in and we had a prompt and we basically had the ChatGPT 4 build a better prompt. And actually, you can see up at the top here where it says model equals GPT-4. So it is ChatGPT, but it's this new model. Oh, good. Give me a good one, Rodrigo. Well, happy to do that. Finishing off reading through this response to the last title about basically creating a YouTube channel. Sorry, I got a phone call there. Add visual aids such as graphics, animations, illustrate concepts. Sure. Consider inviting AI influencers as guests or collaborating others. Sure. Optimize for search and discovery. That's all normal YouTube stuff, I think. Not that I've done much of it, but that's certainly there. Consistency in scheduling, community engagement. I'm going to cut and paste all of this. And then promotion and networking. Share your videos in AI-related forums, social media platforms, and discussion boards. Yeah. So this is all, a lot of this is pretty standard, I think, stuff. And some of it's like task project management. Um, just kind of general ideas. Nothing specific or it feels like overly engaged with the topic itself of AI. By implementing these strategies, you're well on your way to create 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch times and the partner program and monetize your content. Well, there you go. So I'm going to go ahead and cut and paste this so I don't have to, so that I can potentially go through that in a more realistic, usable way later to actually have it be functional. And I'm going to switch over. I'm going to create a new window. And I'm going to try to type chat correctly. and then I'm going to try chat directly again. And we're going to do, this is a new chat, select GPT-4, and we got, all right. All right, so I'm looking, Rodrigo, I'm looking at your prompt. So I'm going to try and cut and paste this. I think this is multiple. This is going to be one prompt in a multiple line. So let's do that. CMap, CMap, CMap stools, is that right? CMap, CMap tools. That might not be right, but it's actually kind of figuring stuff out. Let's see here. Form. So my suggestion is I have concept map, and I did a peptic ulcer. Okay. So, yeah, Michael, it's totally cool. It's functional and everything. Assuming you're talking about what happened. All right, so this looks like it's all one prompt. Just to check, let's see. I have made correlations. Okay. I think it's pretty good at correcting spelling and stuff, but let's go ahead and spell that. And I'll read it as it types. I'm a medical student. We are asked to make concept maps on the physiopathology subject. I was wondering if it can do that on the CMAP. My suggestion is, oh shoot, I guess I wasn't supposed to include that first part. Well, we'll see how it did, and then we'll potentially go back and do that prompt again, just with the last piece. I have concept map, the biology, and my topic is the risks and effects of on peptic ulcer. All right, I'm not going to read the rest of that. Creating a concept map in the text form is a bit challenging, but I can give you a structured outline that you can use to create your concept map using tools like CMap tools. I will provide you with the main concept, subject concepts, and their relationships. You can then visualize their connections using arrows and boxes in your concept mapping tool. So yeah, Rodrigo, if you're the one that's still here, you can maybe cut and paste this, and I'll leave this live stream up. So if you want to come back and look at this in more detail later, feel free. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. That's good because I didn't know what that meant, and now I do. Mechanisms of actions, effects. That's interesting. The A and B are a little off, so that's a little. It's got the indent wrong there, but that's a minor thing, but it's there. And some of these it has an A and no B, so probably wouldn't normally include an A if there's no B, but peptic ulcer, pathogenesis, risk factors, stress, smoking, alcohol, peptic ulcer, mechanism. Did this thing again too. So you got mechanism and risk factors. That seems interesting. Sure. I could ask it a minute. I could actually ask it a medical question. Long-term use. Mechanism. Risk factors. Okay, risk factors. Long-term use. Concomitant. Concomitant. I guess that means taking another drug along with it, maybe. Age greater than 65. Okay. Cool. You can use this outline to create a concept map by connecting related concepts and subconcepts with arrows. Would be nice if it could create the concept map itself. Cool. Rodrigo, that's cool to see that you can tell that it's doing things. So I'm just going to read Rodrigo's comment here, so in case you can't read the chat. Uh, Thank you. This is still not that much better in this regard. I was expecting him to give me an actual image that would look like a concept map, which would be, if it could do that, freaking amazing, obviously. Um, the biological mechanisms are still a bit incomplete, but it's evolving nicely. So if the those mechanisms are more complete, I guess, how much more complete? Would you say that it's 10% more complete than it was in the earlier version of ChatGPT? Um, I'm just curious what the difference might be in what it's like. I think like number of words and so forth, I would say in the responses seem a little longer than they were in the original ChatGPT. But the yeah, I'm not as sure on the other parts. I would also say to me, it seems like it's talking in a more uh, kind of authoritative sort of voice, or it's just using better language, like more, it's even more well written, and it was doing that before. Michael, thank you for joining me. Have a great time. Glad to help, and yeah, join again. I may do this again. So if you have any curiosities or anything to add, I'd love to hear it. Uh, so based on that, I think, yeah, Rodrigo might have taken off. Who knows? I have no idea. I'm just going to sit here and talk. So, all right. I don't think we need the oxygen flow calculation anymore. That was interesting. This was about YouTube. I think I want to try and get it to do something creative now. Rodrigo, it's actually more complete. Just comparing to what I need to know as a med student. Cool. Um, yeah, that's good to know, Rodrigo. The fact that it's doing better. I can understand it potentially being incomplete. I think you even mentioned though that you were a med student. So yeah, I'm a medical student. Concept map. Uh, I'll just add uh, what is missing from what you provided that might make it more complete. No, I don't think, Rodrigo, I don't think it can do images yet. Um, my understanding is it's supposed to be able to interpret images, but I can't figure out how to get an image into it. Uh, so I just asked it to provide more information. So it may be making stuff up now, but and I'm really curious what these flashing things are. That's kind of weird. I don't know why it's doing that, but uh, strategies to reduce pelvic ulcerated risk, uh, short duration of Beth, diagnosis of peptic ulcer. Just going to scroll through these because again, you'll potentially be able to interpret those as to whether or not they're useful or not. I remember that being in the last one, so probably just added a couple. That's hard for something like this that where the accuracy is so important, but Yeah. Oh, playground. I don't know what playground is. Is that a thing? I don't know what playground is. If you can explain to me what playground is regarding to image, that'd be great, because I don't think I know what it is yet. Um, so incorporating these additional elements into your concept map will provide more comprehensive understanding. Da 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 da. Yep. Okay. All that makes sense. Cool. I sort of want to create something that's. Let's see. What else can we do? Well, I was worried that 100 prompts every 4 hours was going to be a problem, but I'm actually going through it pretty slow, especially since I'm reading through it and talking through it with you guys on the channel. Who knows? Who knows? Probably ought to probably ought to check. Let's see, can I do that? That's not right. Well, that's amazing. I'm also sure if we do more specifically, it can provide more info. I would agree with that. And I'm happy to type in whatever prompts you want. So if you want to continue a path and a discovery, and we can use my paid account, that's absolutely fine. It's sort of what I'm doing here. I'm curious, but I figured I may as well be curious with others potentially being able to benefit from that as opposed to just being curious by myself. So bring it on. And I'm afraid to pull up my Facebook. Good gosh, that's going to be a problem if here we go. Okay, good. It's not doing that. It's not showing it. Let's start. What's on your mind? Doing a GPT. So I'm just typing a message in Facebook real quick to invite people to potentially join the channel in case they might be curious. All right, now I just need. Gonna reset that. Rodrigo, I do not see a link. No. So maybe send it without the link stuff. Just send the uh, it might not like a link, but if you send the just the text of the website or the second part of the link without the HTTPS, that might work. Or whatever it'll let you get through. But no, I did not see a link. I need to reset this. I hope I don't lose the chat, but I might. So I'm bailing for a second. I might lose the chat, but oh, here, yeah, I'm just trying to get the link for the actual. Wait a minute, what did it do? Why didn't it? Sorry there, I'm gonna That should be on there. Why is it not on there? There we go. So I have now officially put myself out there. All right. You're gone, so I'm on my own. I'm by myself at the moment. Thanks, Rodrigo and Michael, for your input. And all that jazz. And all that jazz. And all that jazz. Probably not supposed to do that from a. So we're getting a little bit of dead time here, but that's just because we're trying to figure out prompts and so forth. I'm sending out some stuff. And I'm going to invite a couple of people here just to see if, yeah, we can't get some folks on the line that might be interested in. All right. So sorry about the wait, but since, oh, somebody is online. Just search OpenAI API Playground. We'll definitely do. Welcome back, Rodrigo. All right, well, let's see what that does. Can that? All right, let's actually try it. What the hell? This is a thing. Tagline. Write a tagline for an ice cream shop. No. Looking for ChatGPT. No. Complete. Yeah, I'll have to look at this later. This is looks more complicated, and I'm not sure it's using the new GPT-4 stuff, so I think I'll hold off on that for the moment. But thank you for the link. I will definitely put that in my bucket list of things to check out later. All right. You can choose mode and model, all right? So let's look here, mode, complete, model. Attempts to match content or pattern you provided. Which model completes the changing request? All right. Write a tagline for an ice cream shop. Let's just see what it does so I get an idea what this is. You've reached your usage limit. Well, okay. Maybe I don't, oh, maybe I have to pay for that. So I'm not paying for that at this point. Insert for image. This looks like it might be another thing you have to potentially pay for, I guess. I don't know, or maybe you have to install. I did have an image set aside, so let's just try drag it in here and see what happens. Move, yeah, it's just gonna Nope, didn't do anything. What did you say? You said insert. Do I see anything that looks like an insert here? I don't think I do. So I don't know where insert is. Okay. Well, I think that's probably a subject for another day then. It's cool, and I want to use all the features, but that's what I know how to use now. All right. We need a new prompt. Let's see. What's a good prompt? It's on the mode. It's on the mode. You keep sucking me back in there, Rodrigo. It's in the mode. It's in the mode. It's in the mode. Okay, complete. Insert. Oh, there we go, right there. That might work. Let's see here. It's not. It's letting me drag it in there, but then it's not doing anything. Uh, insert. It's not. You're writing to insert. Insert indicate model. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna let me do anything about that. All right, thanks, Rodrigo. I think I got to give up on that because I think that's curious for me, but I want to try and stick with the GPT-4 stuff for the moment since that's what's brand new and might be interesting for me and or others. And you're gone, so I'm gonna go ahead and continue on my merry way. What do we got here? Da, 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 da. Okay. I need some new ideas. Let's see, what are we going to work on? What is it that makes it so that conservatives and liberals can't seem to interact in an effective way anymore? Can you provide some ideas to help? How can they get on the same page and move forward? Kind of ridiculous question, but what the hell? What else am I going to do? The increasing polarization between conservatives and liberals can be attributed to several factors, such as the influence of the media, social media algorithms, political rhetoric. I'll agree with all of that. Cognitive biases. I'll agree with that as well. However, there are ways to promote healthy communication and collaboration between these groups. Here are some ideas to help get them on the same page and move forward. Encourage empathy. Encourage individuals to put themselves in each other's shoes and understand the experience and concerns of others. Empathy can foster more open, respectful dialogue. I think that's true. I think getting to the point where the empathy works is going to be tricky. Focus on shared values. Identify common values and interests, such as the desire for economic stability. I'm just reading through this stuff for myself, but it looks like somebody joined the stream. So if you have any chat things you'd like to throw into chat as things to try, just throw them in the chat and let me know if it's a long prompt. I'm happy to put it in. Just let me know if it's gonna be more than one, because I think the chat limits how much you can type. So, excuse me. Might limit how much you can put in there. But feel free to put stuff in the chat you want me to try or experiment with. I'm absolutely wanting to offer this to the public as a way to see what all this can do. Focus on shared values, easier said than done. Uh, Identify common values and interests such as the desire for economic stability, personal freedom, sure, national security, sure. Focusing on these shared values can create a foundation of collaborative problem solving. I absolutely agree. Promote active listening, encouraging both sides to listen carefully to each other's perspectives without interrupting and becoming defensive. I can get without interrupting, but becoming defensive is super hard to not do, obviously. Um, this can lead to better understanding and finding potential areas of agreement, sure. Engagement in civil discourse. Encourage respectful conversations where both parties can express their views without resorting to personal attacks or derogatory language. This can create an environment that facilitates understanding and compromise. This stuff is all certainly true. These are good ideas. Seek common ground. Identify specific issues where there might be room for agreement or compromise. Working together on such issues can build trust. That's good. Building trust makes a lot of sense. And establish a pattern of collaboration. Just saw that somebody else potentially just joined. If you got anything you want to throw in the prompt for GPT-4 and see how it'll do, let me know. I'm currently going through a response about how conservatives and liberals could potentially communicate better together, and it having me list a bunch of ideas. Educate on critical thinking, encourage individuals to think critically about their beliefs and sources of information. This can lead to more informed and open-minded public discussions. Open-minded discussions. I added public in there for no apparent reason. That's my brain doing uh, automated brain things. Use neutral settings. Facilitate discussion in neutral environments such as community centers or public places. Oh, that's interesting. That's even adding the idea of making sure it's a physically safe place to get together. That's actually a good idea. Huh. Like I would have probably done that naturally, but the idea that it would bring it up and talk about it that way is interesting. Engage in mediated dialogue. Utilize professional mediators or facilitators to guide conversations and ensure that all voices are heard and acknowledged. Sure, a third party that can hold space would certainly make sense. I need to shift between what I'm reading and like my description voice and my I'm reading the text voice. I don't know if I can do that, but it's a good idea. Uh, Mediated dialogue, that makes sense. Develop relationships. Encourage the formation of personal connections between individuals from opposing political perspectives. Sure. This can harmonize the quote unquote other side, promoting understanding. Support bipartisan initiatives. Encourage political leaders to engage in bipartisan efforts, such as working together on legislation or participating in joint community projects. This can set a positive example for the public. Sure could. It's a little down the road, I think. I think that's a little more down the road. Creating an environment where conservatives and liberals can interact effectively requires patience, understanding, and a willingness to engage in respectful dialogue. The respectful dialogue piece definitely would be important. By fostering empathy, focusing on shared values, and encouraging collaboration, it's possible to bridge the divide, work together toward common goals. I think that's true. It's actually, I mean, it's not rocket science, but it's definitely useful. It added a couple of pieces. Um, like if I needed to come up with a lot of ways to do things, I think or a lot of like a checklist of things. Uh, uh, Take the last response and create a checklist for um, for event uh, for an event I would run to have for events I would run concerning these applications. So, event objective, clearly define the event's purpose, such as promoting empathy, active listening, or finding common ground between conservatives and liberals. Great. Neutral venue, so that's a good checklist item. Invitations, send out invitations. Great. Agenda, develop a well-structured agenda with introductions, icebreakers, and planned discussions or activities. Great. Professional facilitator mediator. Great. Hire one. That makes sense. Ground rules. Oh, I like that. That's nice. That's a good checkbox thing. Basically set the rules of the road. Start out with agreements for the event in such a way that we can get, if we can get agreement on what the agreements are, that seems like a great place to start, really. Because then, yeah, that's a good place to start, I think. Ground rules, respectful discourse during the event, such as avoiding personal attacks, being open-minded, and listening actively. I'd probably add a few to that, but that's a solid start. Icebreaker activities. Plan activities encourage participants to interact with each other and build rapport, such as sharing personal stories or engaging in collaborative tasks. Yeah, some non-triggering things here might make sense. I wonder if you would do those icebreaking activities beforehand or whether you'd add those later, like whether you'd or whether you'd group people, keep people grouped in their groups first and then with the other groups. That feels more adversarial as opposed to kind of just randomly putting people together. I guess you could have people wear blue and red shirts just so we knew what side they were on, which is ridiculous. I mean, there's certainly going to be a component of people that are more middle ground and they might be liberal or conservative on different topics, but it's kind of funny to imagine it. Topic selection, choose a topic to discuss on shared values or specific issues with the potential for finding common ground. It's a good place to start. Small group discussions, that makes sense. So they can break into, I guess that makes it so that the event would be, the small groups makes it a little less more out of control for the facilitator. But it also allows people to be more close and have more discussions. But it would be nice, I guess, to have if you had people that could like assistants that could go around and help with the different small groups in case they get a little out of hand, just because the intensity of the topics that we're talking about are crazy. Action planning, encourage participants to brainstorm, develop actionable steps, foster collaboration, sure. Evaluation, gather feedback, certainly. Effectiveness, great. Follow-up activities, continue building relationships, sure. By following this checklist, you can create and encourage healthy interactions between conservatives and liberals, fostering understanding, empathy, and collaboration. Good stuff. I'm actually copying some of these as I write these. I'm copying some of these into another document just so I can track what I've got. I'm going to take one moment. Welcome. It looks like somebody new potentially just joined the chat. So just so you know, I got GPT-4 today, and I am testing it out and trying things and just giving it different prompts. So if you have any prompts you'd like to throw it because you want to see what it'll do and how it'll do it, just put the prompt in the chat and I'll run it through and we can talk about how we think it did. We've explored a few different things so far. Uh, I've asked a few questions around things I know about. Somebody asked a question that was pretty mathematical, that was interesting and really pretty well done. It made really good descriptions of what happened. And we also had somebody join and ask some medical questions or a medical question or two, and it was good. It's not perfect, but it's good. So that's what's going on. And I'm just going to take a moment and I want to invite somebody else to the chat, actually. So just bear with me a moment. Uh, So, I actually had somebody else I wanted to invite. All right, but while I'm inviting, I should at least have something up on the screen that's semi-interesting. So, I was asking about liberals and conservatives. I had some stuff here I was trying out. Let's try something new. ChatGPT 4. And let's see, what else? Let's see. If I wanted to plant if I wanted, let's see, what's the best plant to plant in a medium-sized pot that I keep in my home with the least amount of effort required to keep alive? Don't want a cactus or something with pointy barbs that can hurt me, family, or animals. One of the best medium-sized pot requires minimal effort. It's not too sharp. Is the Sansevieria. So now I gotta look that up. So let's just for fun, let's look that up on Google Images just to see what it would be like. Oh, I've seen those. Good gosh, that's expensive. The snake plant. Sansevieria. Sansevieria? Sansevieria. All right. Well, there we go. So it kind of looks like that. Crown, I see you have a couple of those plants. That's cool. I'm just looking at different things that, yeah, just let's see. I'm gonna read the rest of this. With no sharp edges is the Sansevieria, also known as the snake plant or mother-in-law's tongue. I've seen that. This hardy plant can tolerate low light conditions, doesn't need frequent watering, is in relatively low maintenance. Snake plants are also known qualities, making them a great addition to your home. Just make sure not to overwater them, as they are susceptible to root rot. Allow the soil to dry between waterings, and you'll have a thriving, low-maintenance house plant. Well, that's nice. They have carrot-like roots, and you can break. And this is Crown responding. They have carrot-like roots, and you can break the root in half and replant to get more very easily. Oh, that's cool. Well, let's verify that. How could I have one of these already. How can I get more from the one I have? And Crown or whoever else is here, put any prompts you want me to put in here. Let me know. Just put them in the chat, and I'll throw up prompts to try out the new ChatGPT 4, and yeah, you can see what it does and so forth. You can propagate your snake plant to get more plants from the one you have. There are two common methods for this: leaf cuttings and division. Leaf cuttings, ooh, that's a lot of steps. Select a healthy leaf from your plant. Use a clean, sharp pair of scissors or knife to cut it close to the base. Allow it to cut to the end. Cut a leaf into smaller sections. Optionally, you can dip the ends into rooting hormone. That's good. That's good to know. Fill a pot with well-draining soil or a mix of potting soil and perlite or sand. That's probably a kind of soil, I'm guessing. Stick the cut ends of the leaf sections into the soil, making it sure that the bottom end of the soil. Keep the soil slightly moist in the first few weeks. You should see the new roots and growth emerging from the soil. Division is the other way of doing it. That's interesting. So it did make an error here because it said there are two common methods, and it says one, and then down here it says one again. So that's not technically correct. So that's a good note that it's not doing the numbering quite right. Fix the numbering. The last response. Gosh, I hate to waste a response on that, but I'm curious if what it'll do. Division, gently move the entire plant. Look for natural divisions. That makes sense. Using your hands or clean, dry, sharp knife. Separate the divisions from the main plant, making sure the division roots attached. Makes sense. Repot each division in a new plant with a well-draining soil. Water the new plants, place them in a bright, indirect light location. That's probably important, I would bet. Since they're kind of low light plants, the indirect might be helpful. But I think I've seen these outside too, so they might be able to handle it. Both methods are relatively easy and can help you create more snake plants than the one you have. All right, I'm just going to do a fix the numbering and last response because I'm absolutely curious what it'll do. Apologies for the formatting error. Oh, it added some like heading highlighting. That's cool. Oh wow, now it's numbering the whole thing instead of just. That's actually cool. Two common methods: leaf cuttings. Select a healthy leaf. Allow the cut end to dry and callus over for a day or two. That's interesting. I don't think it said that before. Oh, it did. Okay. This is much more formatted than the last one. So method 1, method 2, it makes that clear. It's giving us 1 to 7 steps. It's basically saying the same thing, but the formatting is much better. And it seems to sound a little better to me. Like optionally. Nope, it's using the same words. So fill a pot. Yeah, so it's just fixing the formatting here. Cool. All right. 3 people on the chat. We are playing with GPT-4 and just trying to figure out what it can do. We had somebody asking about peptic ulcers. So that was a response that we got. It was creating a concept map, but it was, so this is the kind of response that we got for asking it about some medical things, which are way outside of my realm. I asked it some stuff about creating an AI channel and growing the channel, and it gave a lot of steps basically for doing that. And then we tried something that one of the YouTube channels earlier this, excuse me, earlier this week or month, or last few weeks anyway, was kind of a prompt creator to let you kind of create prompts. It did a pretty good job with those, and it made revised prompts. And then each time I would I would answer questions about the prompt, I would get a more specific prompt to the point where it created a prompt that was pretty long. All right, what's next? What else do I want to know about? I want to know about GPT-4. There's a 100 message cap every 4 hours. I think I've been on for a couple of hours at this point doing this and just walking through things as I've been curious. Let's see, what's next? Let's look up cool chat GPT prompts. Huh. Create an info. I don't even know what that is. Create an info signal in SVG. I cannot correctly create files. However, I can provide you with, oh, I put in the prompt, create an info symbol on SVG, which I just looked up because I was just looking for random things to potentially put prompts in. And like I said, if you want to try a prompt, let me know. Just put it in the chat and I'll throw it in here. However, I can provide you with an SVG code snippet that represents an information symbol. You can copy and paste this code into an SVG file. Whew, that's pretty fancy. I have no idea whether it's doing what it's saying it's doing, but it's pretty fancy. And I can cut and paste the code. Let's see. Let's try a new chat. Let's say, okay, create a web page. Create a web home page for a painting company, for a business and house painting company. Include headings and places for pictures. The website wants to offer services to a large local community of rural and urban rural and urban. Sure, why not? That's probably enough. The purpose of this web page is to get clients, get more clients. Sure, why not? Oh, it's going to give me HTML. I don't know that I really wanted HTML, but good gosh. Let's see how long this is. That was a difference I've noticed so far, is that this GPT seems to be providing longer responses. I don't think I have something. I don't really have any. Could I guess I could copy this as a file and then load it. Oh my. Yeah, I can't just cut and paste this. Home services portfolio is to contact us. Well, anyway, the thing I was saying earlier was, so one of the things I've noticed is that it seems that it's allowing more people to, or it's providing more text than it did before. This is a little too complicated, I think. Good gosh. It's creating sections. I didn't expect it to be providing this as code. Well, that's interesting. I mean, it's so if you don't know necessarily, so get a free quote. I like that. So this is for those of you, if you're on or you're joining or you're watching this later, this is HTML code. I asked it to write a web page, but I wasn't actually expecting it to do all the formatting. So it created some stuff up here, and then it created a whole code section. But these are all HTML. This is all like this is the code behind a normal web page. But this is that's a good heading, top-notch painting services and for home and businesses. And then later, so it's saying this is like the main section, I guess. And then this is the services section, and it's saying we do residential. And so transform your home with our high quality painting. Great. Commercial, enhance your business image with this. So it did high quality and top tier, so at least that's different. Interior painting, interiors, revitalize your interior spacing with our expert touch. That's decent. Boost your curb appeal in the exterior painting part. Great. Portfolio section. I'm assuming this is like projects. So these are projects that were potentially done. So it looks like it may have just stopped because this is incomplete. This code at the end is incomplete. So it may have just, let's do continue. Okay, so it looks like it's continuing. So it started without, so the way HTML code works, this less than, and the code normally works something like this. Less than text greater than. So this piece ended, and then I said continue, so it started basically from here. So it's creating that initial tag, and that's a starter tag, and then this slash h3 is an end tag. So that's normal. And then at some point it looks like it's deciding to put this, like all this code probably should be in this copy code section, but I think there's something that's triggering it to start later because it did that up here as well. That's interesting. At Paint Pro, so it's actually named the business and everything. So it's continuing. Maybe it was going to continue up here. I didn't think to wait a little longer. So this is kind of an error because it's got the code up here and the code down here, but I'm not sure what's making it so that it's putting this code in this box versus not in the box. That's hard to say. So this is like an about page. This is about us section. That's good. Let's cut and paste this just because it's going off the screen. Oof. So I can, well, how the heck do I get over there? Okay, weird. So it's not perfect at, like, so it's making it so that it's too many characters to read. And there's no scroll bar here, which is a little problematic. Anyway, let's paste that. Oh, that's good text. That's a good bit of text. At Paint Pro, we pride ourselves on delivering exceptional painting services for both residential and commercial clients. Our team of skilled and experienced professionals is dedicated to providing top quality workmanship, and outstanding customer service. We serve a diverse range of clients in the local, rural, and urban communities. Sure, ensuring that every project we undertake receives our utmost care and attention. I like that. The language might be a little, I might want the language to be a little more grade school. Utmost might not be the best word. But maybe. As a trusted painting company, we understand the importance of high quality materials and adhering to the latest industry standards. We are committed to helping achieve this perfect look for your home or business. Won't rest until you're fully satisfied with our work. That's good. That's solid. Yeah, that's solid. Yeah, it's definitely, there's some kind of an error here because it's not, I'm calling it an error, it's just a formatting choice, I guess. But the, all of this text, like the formatting isn't quite as good as what I've noticed with GPT 3.5 in the past, but not sure why that exactly is. Anyway, I don't know if anybody new showed up. If you have any prompts you'd like me to try so you can see how GPT-4 will work, or you have an idea of something to give it a shot, just put the prompt in the chat, and I will put it in the machine, and it'll do its little dance, and we'll figure out what it's going to do. Let's see. Present the above in language and format to above responses in a readable format. How about a human readable format? Human readable format, including formatting, visual formatting. Oh, that looks better already. Paint Pro, your ultimate painting solution. Welcome to Paint Pro, where we provide top-notch painting services for homes and businesses. Our team of skilled professionals is dedicated to delivering exceptional workmanship, and outstanding customer service for clients, both rural and urban communities. Our services. Oh, see, this is way easier to deal with. Here are some examples of our work. Oh, that's great. See, the formatting so much better now. Like, that's so much more useful to me at the moment. Client 1, they were professional, on time, quality of work exceeded my expectations, highly recommended. Our office space looks brand new thanks to Paint Pro's exceptional service. Team's easy to work with, and they completed the job within the promised timeline. About us. At Paint Pro, we pride ourselves on delivering exceptional painting services for both residential and commercial clients. Our team of skilled and professionals and experienced professionals. Blah, I've been reading a lot. Dedicated to providing top quality workmanship. How many times am I going to do that? And outstanding customer service. We serve a diverse range of clients in the local, rural, and urban communities. Yeah, I might not use rural and urban there, but ensuring that every project we undertake receives our utmost care and attention. Yeah, I like that better this time. Contact us. All right, good gosh. Free quote, all rights reserved. That's hot. That's pretty good, actually. Yeah, that's about a page. That's not bad. Interesting. Let's see what else we can do here. Let's try something new. We can try GPT-4. We haven't run into our 100 message limit yet, so that's good. I think I need a sandwich. All right. All right, I'm going to take a moment and just run downstairs real quick and get a sandwich because I'm hungry. And I'd like to continue, but I'm going to take a moment to take care of that, and I will return shortly. If you have any ideas for prompts you want to do, feel free to put them in the chat, and I will catch up with you when I get back. I'm gonna have to do some climbing. Arg. do some climbing. I'm coming. Alrighty. Well, I got the makings of a sandwich. Let's try that again. I got the makings of a sandwich. It looks like somebody's still here. It's probably just me. I think, yeah, I'm down to just me. So, I don't know how all this works. All right, what am I doing? Oh, don't do that. Yeah, that works. Okay, GPT-4. I thought about this when I was downstairs. Uh, Getting up from a live stream. Go make myself a sandwich. What can I tell those watching so that they will wait and possibly provide more questions while I am away? So this is what I should have said when I got up to go get my stuff to make myself a sandwich. Hey everyone, thank you so much for tuning into the live stream. I'm going to take a quick break to make myself a sandwich, but I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. While I'm gone, feel free to keep posting your questions in the chat or comment section. I'd love to hear what you're curious about, and I'll do my best to answer them when I return. That's excellent. You can also use this time to grab a snack or drink yourself. Let's keep the conversation going when I get back. I look forward to seeing you. See you in a bit. That is excellent. Oh my gosh, that is great. Now, granted, that's maybe not quote unquote better than the first GPT, but or the first Chat GPT, but that's pretty freaking solid. All right, what's next? Let's see. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. In the voice of Osho, please describe. So Osho wrote a book called The Book of Secrets. It's sort of like I don't know, it's like a spiritual-ish, Buddhist sort of book, actually. I don't know if that'll show up or not, but um, anyway, it's just a book I happen to have sitting on my shelf, and so I'm going to ask it in the voice of Osho, please describe how to motivate myself to action. Sure. Beloved friend, the very essence of motivation lies in understanding the nature of your being. To truly motivate oneself to action, one must first dive into the depths of self-awareness and embrace the spirit of existence. So yeah, it's a little more spiritual than self-helpy, I think. First and foremost, remember you are not a machine. but a living and breathing being with an intrinsic purpose. Do not be enslaved by the idea that motivation should come from external forces or rewards. Instead, let your inner being guide you through to the source of true motivation. Meditation is a powerful tool to discover this inner motivation. By practicing meditation, you become more aware of your thoughts, emotions, and desires. It is the state of heightened awareness. It is in this state of heightened awareness that you can understand what truly drives you to act. When you find your authentic motivation, your heart will overflow with enthusiasm and energy. It will no longer be a question of forcing yourself to act, but rather a natural expression of your being. When you begin to see the beauty of every moment and you will begin to see the beauty of every moment and your actions will reflect this appreciation. As you immerse yourself in self-discovery, do not forget the importance of love and compassion. To truly motivate oneself, one must embrace the understanding that we are all connected and our actions are not only for ourselves, but also for the world around us. By recognizing this interconnectedness, we can find motivation to create a better world for ourselves and those who share this existence. Finally, remember that life is a dance and you are a dancer. That's a good line right there. Finally, remember that life is a dance and that you are a dancer. Hey, it looks like somebody joined. If you want me to throw anything into the GPT-4 prompts to see what they will do, just throw it in the chat and I will add it. I paid for the upgrade, so if you want to try it out and just see what it'll do, throw it in there. Uh, I just had it write this thing for me. Finally, remember that life is about a dance and you are a dancer. Like that's poetic and musical in and of itself. Allow the music of the universe to guide your steps and enjoy the playfulness of each moment. Embrace the challenges and uncertainties that come your way, for they are opportunities for growth and self-discovery. This is pretty romantic language. I think that's a good way to put it. Romantic, I think fits. When you learn to dance with life, motivation will flow naturally from within. So, beloved friend, embark on this journey to awaken your inner motivation through self-awareness, love, and the joy of existence. Let your actions be guided by the purest form of motivation that comes from within, and you will find the strength and enthusiasm to live life to the fullest. That's pretty good. Whoever's in chat, I'm also curious if my audio is coming through okay. This is the first time I've attempted to do this. So, hey, can it give its sources when sharing any info? Uh, sure. Let's check it out. So I just asked it a question. I said, in the voice of Osho, who's this like spiritualish guy, please describe how to motivate myself to action. So let's ask it, can you provide sources for the above response? We'll see what it does. Oh, geez, what just happened? Okay. I've synthesized response. Okay, so as an AI language model, I have synthesized the above responses in the voice of Osho, the Indian spiritual guru and mystic. That's interesting that it knows that, of course, based on the insights and teachings present in his various works. Though I cannot provide direct sources for the exact phrasing, the core ideas are inspired by Osho's teachings of self-awareness, meditation, love's interconnectedness, and living life to the fullest. Some of Osho's works that may help you delve deeper. So it's not saying it used these, but it's saying that uh, these are potential sources of information. That sort of makes sense. Book of Secrets, that's the one that I was looking at when I originally thought of just using him. Book of Understanding and Freedom. It's got the dates on here. That's nice. I don't know if they're accurate or not. Uh, Please note that Osho's teachings often emphasize personal experience and self-discovery, rather than following a strict academic or research-based approach. Therefore, the insights in these works are meant to be a starting point for exploring your own understanding and motivation. That makes sense. Cool. What if we ask it to F? I'm reading your questions. Cool question. Oh, nice. Can it give sources? Did that. Oh, nice. What if we ask it to explain what mitochondria is giving sources? What? Okay. 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 All right. So I'll start a new chat for that so that it's not confused by the earlier question. And then we'll say, I think I understand now what you're saying. So that's not right. What about what? Okay. If we ask, explain what mitochondria is, give sources. Mitochondria are membrane-bound organelles found in the cells of, oh gosh, I'm going to have to read this, eukaryotic organisms, which include plants, animals, fungi, and protists. I'm not sure what a protist is. I might have to look that up later. They are often referred to as the powerhouse of cells because they generate most of the cell's supply of adenosine, triphosphate, ATP. I've seen ATP before. The primary sources of chemical energy. Mitochondria are unique cellular organelles because they contain their own DNA, which is distinct from the nuclear DNA found in the cell nucleus, and they can reproduce independently of the cells through a process called binary fission. You'll have to let me know if any of this is accurate. I don't even know if you're still there. Well, anyway, doesn't matter. So it looks like it's not really providing sources as such because it's saying as a language model, I cannot provide direct links to sources, but I can suggest some. So I think Bing is doing a better job of that right now. Because the searches that I put in Bing are putting actual direct references to things. It does have a couple of links in here, but it's more generalized. This or GPT-4 here seems to be more generalized. So I cannot provide direct links to sources, but I can suggest some reputable sources where you can find more information. That's the same as it did last time when we asked for sources for the Osho quote or the Osho information. So it's basically saying, here are some general things that are related. You could look these things up, but it's not that specific. Oh, you're fine. I think you're the only one here, F. It's not a problem. I just wasn't sure if because I had the channel up on my other screen if it was both of us or if it was just me. But that's good to know because it looks like it's just the two of us and you're showing up as the one watching. So I don't count myself. It's good that I don't count as watching myself because that's weird anyway. Oh, thank you, Mike. He said, I'm still here. Don't know if it's counted as new viewers list, but then that answer was cool. Also, I appreciate your reading. Your voice is calm and enjoyable. Uh, that may continue and that may not. I have several voices that I can come into, but that's really nice to hear. I'm glad. And I hope I'm hoping the reading helps a little bit. I don't know that this is actually going to be like listenable if somebody wanted to listen to just the audio at some point, but it's just interesting how things go together. Remember that the information provided here is accurate up to 2021, so it is essential that you consult recent publications, updated sources, list findings, developments involving related mitochondria. Now that's interesting. So I guess this is the first I've understood that it's only doing up to 2021. If I remember correctly, ChatGPT, the original version was going through maybe 2020. So this is a year newer, but it's still not current. So again, I think Bing is a little more authoritative and is providing you a lot more like might be better for research. So far, this has been pretty good for writing, but yeah, the way this is working right now is pretty good for writing, and it's informationally interesting. And again, like there's lots of questions. So for the questions I've asked it that I knew things about, I thought it did a pretty good job. I didn't really run across anything that was an error. There were a couple of formatting errors and so forth, but for the most part, the information all seemed pretty accurate, and it had some good ideas. Uh, let's see, if I were going to uh, explain, I keep doing this thing about. I kept doing this thing of like I want to have it tell stories. So uh, if if you were, let's see, please describe the life and function of mitochondria mitochondria as a story. Include vibrant characters and um, lots of action. This is just me just making stuff up. So again, if you have any ideas, go for it. I'm just screwing around to see what it'll do. And I'm really curious, like, just about its ability to come up with ideas and yeah, just create stories potentially. So, uh, a mitochondria story. Once upon a time in the bustling city of Celtopia. Oh, that's nice. I like that. There lived an energetic and spirited character named Mitochon. Mitochon was no ordinary resident of Celtopia. They were the powerhouse of the city, fueling every cell with the energy needed to survive and thrive. In the heart of the city stood a grand structure called the Nucleus Castle, home to the wise and noble King DNA. King DNA ruled over Celtopia, orchestrating and regulating the functions of the city. He relied on Mitochon and their extended family, the mitochondria, to provide the energy required for the city's daily activities. Mitochon was a complex being with their own DNA, inherited from their ancient ancestors. These ancestors had formed a unique partnership with the city's early founders, ensuring the success and survival of Celtopia for eons. The fusion of these two entities forged a powerful alliance that flourished ever since. It's pretty good. Every day, Mitochon and their family were busy turning nutrients, specifically glucose, into ATP, the currency of energy generation in Celtopia. Oh, I like that. It made the link. It's created a currency in this world. That's great. This remarkable process, known as cellular respiration, involved a series of intricate steps, each one resembling an elegant dance of molecules. The first act of this molecular ballet, oh, that's a great phrase, molecular ballet. The first act of this molecular ballet took place in the city's streets, where glucose was broken down into smaller molecules called pyruvate. Yep, I'm way out of being able to correct whether this is accurate or not. This transformation, known as glycosis, released a small amount of ATP. But the real magic happened inside mitochondria's home, a double membraned fortress equipped with its own energy producing machinery. God, that's great. Within the walls of the mitochondria fortress, the pyruvate was meticulously prepared for the next phase, the Krebs cycle. This cycle, known as the citric acid cycle, was an energetic whirlwind of chemical reactions that produced even more ATP, as well as electron carriers that would power the grand finale of the performance. I gotta say, I played with GPT 3.5 or the last version of GPT a bit, and the stories that it's creating now are richer, and I like the way it's pulling together all the concepts. Granted, I can't say the accuracy of the flow and the stories, but this is damn solid stuff, I think. Finally, the stage was set for the crowning act, oxidative phosphorylation. 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 Sure. That's probably close. Or it's not at all. The electron carriers delivered their bounty to the electron transport chain, a line of protein complexes embedded in mitochondria's inner membrane. Electrons were passed down the chain, creating a flow of energy used to pump protons across the membrane. This created a gradient that drove the production of the final and most substantial amount of ATP. The city of Celltopia was now buzzing with energy because it was provided by Mitochon. What a great Mitochon and family. But Mitochon's role didn't end there. They also helped regulate the city's population. When the city grew too large, Mitochon would initiate a process called apoptosis, or programmed cell death, to maintain harmony and balance. Whew, that's pretty rough. Mitochon was a true hero of Celltopia, and maybe has a little too much power if you can kill off parts of the society that don't need to be there. I guess we don't need to humanize it, but it might be a little brutal. Mitochon was the true hero of Celltopia, working tirelessly to end the city's continued prosperity. Their story was one of cooperation, dedication, and the enduring power of cellular teamwork. Oh, I love that, cellular teamwork. That's a good phrase. Also, the city of Celltopia flourished, fueled by the energy and spirit of Mitochon and the mighty mitochondria family. That's cool. That's almost like Italian. What am I thinking? Like mafia. Yeah. So and so the city of Celtopia flourished, fueled by the energy and spirit of Mitochon and the mighty mitochondria family. Okay, so F, what do we got going on here? We have laughing face with tears. Yes. Can you ask what is the potential of stem cells in regenerative medicine? Absolutely. No need to read the answers since I have to go to work and will only take a glance at it. Oh, sorry. That probably took too long. Oh, damn it. It's not letting me copy that as easy as I'd like. But I will throw it in the thing and you can have at it. Can you ask oh. So it asked it as a question. Hang on. What is the okay, can you what is the potential of stem cells to regenerative medicine? What is the potential of stem? I think that's sort of what you're asking. It messed up because I copied and pasted what you wrote. So it was making a new, it was basically writing the question for me instead of answering it. So, what is the potential of stem cells to regenerative medicine? Oh, that makes sense now. That makes sense to me. Cells have immense potential in the field of regenerative medicine due to their unique properties. Let's jumping back and forth a little. They can self-renew, meaning they can divide and create stem cells, and they can differentiate into different cell types, sure, making them a promising tool for repairing or replacing damaged tissues and organs. F is taken off, so I'm gonna keep up with the text as it goes pretty well because I want them to be able to see all the pieces. So I'm not reading all of this per your request, but I want to make sure you can see all the words. That's a pretty freaking expansive response. Cool. Well, thanks, F, for stopping by. I appreciate it. Um, yeah. If looks like we have somebody still here. I am, just as an FYI, I am going through, I paid for the upgrade to ChatGPT so that I could do this ChatGPT-4 model and try out new things. If you have, you too, F, have a good evening and have a good time at work. Thanks for stopping by. So I am doing that, and what am I doing? Oh, so if anybody else is still here and watching, which may or may not be, I just want you to know that if you have any prompts you'd like to try on GPT-4, then feel free to put them in the chat, and I will put them in the machine, and we can see what they do. Mostly putting in things and kind of reading along, but I don't read crazy fast anyway, so it's basically I'm reading just about as fast to read it out loud, and that way, if you're just listening, you can hear it, and for anybody that you know, I'm not sure how easy it'll be able to be to read on YouTube Live, so I'll just read it so that people can get the information. But we're trying out GPT-4 and we're just giving it random prompts just to see what it can do. We just had it write a pretty interesting story, really, about mitochondria. Is that right? Oh, that was that. Let's see. I'm just gonna, just in case you're, hey Joni, so far I would say for GPT-4 versus the earlier version. So I did go ahead and pay for the upgrade today, mainly because I just couldn't wait. But um, I would say it's better. It's definitely better. It has a couple of quirks, like some of the formatting, like some of the numbering things that it does and everything. Like it's definitely it's not quite as clean for formatting. Um, I would say it is providing From my perspective, it's maybe 20 to 50% better responses. At least like it's better written. Like the responses are better written, not by a ton, but it feels noticeable. It also feels like the responses are a little longer. And again, that's a feels like. That's not a for sure, but it feels like it's letting me get more text in the responses. Um, and maybe it's a little more creative. I think like I had it write this story. So just a minute ago, uh, please please describe the life of mitochondria as a story, include vibrant characters and lots of action. And it actually did a pretty good job. Like it's actually an interesting story that actually includes kind of the life cycle and talks about a mitochondria family and um, like it's solid. It's really solid, and I think the GPT stuff before was really solid as well. But it just feels more polished. Polished. That's the right word. I think it feels a lot more polished. Uh, so is it worth it? For 20 bucks for me, if even if it's only a little better, I think in a month it's going to be able to save me enough extra time in playing with it and being, and like trying to figure stuff out to go ahead and do it. Um, if you're getting what you need out of the current ChatGPT, I don't think it's at all necessary. I think you can still get tons of value out of that. So, like I said, maybe 20 to 50% improvement, and then the length thing. And again, I don't know that that's actually true. It just that sort of feels that true. Alone Girl, can you just write? Can you just write it to make a fully fledged website? Do I still have that up? No, I deleted it. I told it to create a fully fledged website. I think it has a limitation on the amount of text that it can put out. Uh, I had it create a website for a painting company earlier, or a web page for a painting company, and it gave full HTML code. The formatting was a little off. Let's see. Let's see if I can. No, I didn't save that one because I didn't want to do the straight HTML formatting, but it created. Let's see if I can. I think. Oops. It didn't create exactly what I would have wanted, but it created something that was pretty darn good. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna try and switch what it's doing for the screen for a second, and that'll show you. I'll turn. I think if I turn that on and I turn that off, there we go. So I had it create a website, a web page for a painting company that did home and residential and commercial painting. And it gave me some HTML. The HTML formatting wasn't quite right. There was a section that was HTML code, but then there was another section down below that was like you could copy code. So it wasn't it wasn't putting all the code in the box quite the right way. So I think they've got a little formatting stuff to check. But then I said, okay, I want to see it in a visual. So this is the prompt I use: present the last two above language and format responses in a human readable format, including visual formatting. And that's when it did like what I think are like the H1, H3 sort of tags. And it did the sectioning here. So this is what it wrote. Paint Pro, your ultimate painting solution. Welcome to Paint Pro, all of this. I don't know if you'll be able to read that. Let me pump up the zoom a little just so you can, so it might be a little easier to read. But, pretty good listing of services. I gave it basically no information other than I had a paint, residential and commercial site. And then it created this. It gave, so these examples for work, it was basically saying, hey, create some links and you could put some pictures here for projects that happened in the past. It wrote some testimonials for us, which was nice because we may or may not have any people that have given us testimonials yet, and we can make those up out of thin air. Isn't that how that works? No, but uh, but if you had a customer that's like, I don't know what to write, you could be like, hey, does any of these work? Yeah, that's totally unethical and ridiculous. But I'm a ridiculous sort of guy. Uh, about us, anyway. That's sort of the formatting that it can do, and I was pretty happy with that, honestly. So otherwise, I am just doing stuff. So if you have any ideas for prompts or things you want to know whether it can do, throw them in the chat because I don't have any other than the fact that I want to eat a sandwich here in a little bit. Um, I don't have any plans to stop at the moment, and I've already been going for 3 hours. So I've never done a YouTube live. I am just starting out, and I've been super interested in this AI stuff. So I'm just trying things out, and I thought, hey, since GPT-4 was out, and a lot of people may or may not really want to pay for it right off the bat, uh, I'd give them an opportunity to kind of try it out in some small way and see what it'll do. So again, I'd love for you to put prompts in the chat. They can be anything, weird. Uh, I'd love to have some prompts that like take two disparate ideas and try to put them together. That would be cool because I'd like to see how it integrates ideas. Um, yeah, otherwise, whatever. I'm just screwing around. So screw around with me by typing stuff in the chat. And certainly, if you want to subscribe or anything, that's cool. Yeah, I'm just basically starting the channel. Uh, Here I am. Enough babbling about nonsense. So, I'm feeling the desire to be able to come up with prompts really, really quickly. So there's absolutely no dead time um, when I'm talking uh, that you have to deal with as a whatever as a viewer. Um, let's see, Joni. I'm not sure yet what I would do with it other than just playing around with it. Maybe if it could give me a good feedback from my work, also helping with code while I'm doing coding things. Sure, it does do some code stuff. There are probably a ton of actually useful ideas. Sure. If you have something specifically related to your work, you wanted to ask it, or you wanted to have it create some code and you just wanted to see what it would do. Um, yeah, give me a prompt. Tell me what you want me to ask it. I'm all cool with that. Uh, yeah, I'm just screwing around. So yeah, I'll just keep saying that. I'm just screwing around. Plus, what the hell? Like I said, I'm trying out the YouTube live thing and considering creating a channel, and I figure, what the heck, I'm not doing anything else right now, so let's offer this out to other people. What would be a good GPT prompt for you to show off what new things you can do as GPT-4 that you couldn't do in earlier revisions? So like I said, if you don't mind me just typing stuff in and being random and maybe a little slow coming up with prompts, um, then I will. But if you got any prompts you want me to try out, put them in the chat and I will throw them in here and you can try out GPT-4 for yourself. So as an AI language model, I'm still based on GPT-3 architecture and have not been updated to GPT-4. That's not true. See, right there, model GPT-4. Interesting. It doesn't even know its own state. if you'd like to prompt that showcases my abilities, you can try. Let's see, I'm going to cut and paste this before I even read it. All right, describe a hypothetical scenario where humans and AI work together to tackle a global crisis, highlighting the unique strengths and contributions of both parties. Sure. I asked it about earlier about conservatives and liberals working together, and it gave a lot of good ideas for that. Um, This prompt allows me to demonstrate my creativity, understanding of human AI, collaboration, and knowledge of global issues, which are all areas of where AI language modulators like myself have seen improvements. I will say that it did say earlier that it's doing stuff up to 2021 now, so I think the last version could only do to 2020, but it's going up to 2021 now, so it's catching up. Okay, Joni. Not sure how to add picture to it. Links only. I haven't figured out how to do pictures. I tried a bunch of things. I tried dragging pictures over to it. Um, Somebody suggested me go to a different web page, but I think that got me out of the GPT-4 stuff. Um, I don't know if I could use a link. Let's see. I guess I could just actually give it a link and see what it does. I can't imagine. I don't think it's not like Bing. It doesn't have it's not like Bing. It doesn't have the same ability to like track sources and so forth. So I'm just gonna put in a picture on a website that I know of and see what it'll do. Let's see. I'm sorry, but based on this text-based AI, and I'm able to view or process images directly. If you have a question or need for assistance related to content or context of an image, please provide a description. I will do my best to help you. So I guess it wants me to describe a picture as opposed um, to be able to take in a picture directly, which sort of makes sense. Although I thought, based on how they described it, that GPT-4 was going to be able to, you were going to be able to give it a picture and be able to have it give you a description of what's in the picture, which would have been cool, but I don't see any way to do that at this point. Well, Joni, you're saying I saw someone using a link, I think. Yeah, it's possible that it can handle links, but I just gave it a link and it didn't seem to be able to do that. And like I said, I tried dragging a picture and all of that, and I couldn't get it to do anything. So if anybody knows of that or has a resource that explains how to do that, I could watch a quick YouTube if somebody knows how to describe it. I guess I could look that up real quick and just see if uh, GPT-4 uh, analyze ugh, images. I mean, it would have to be, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, it's possible, but nobody's maybe put up a thing yet on how to do it. So I think we're pretty much stuck with text at the moment. I like it though. And somebody was asking earlier if they should buy it. I think, like I said earlier, I think it's maybe 20 to 50% better, depending on what you're looking for. Uh, it's made several kind of small formatting errors. Uh, so like the actual information wasn't bad on anything that I noticed so far, but just some of the formatting, like it would make a list and there were two items in the list and it numbered the first one one and it numbered the second one one instead of one and two. And then when I said, "Can you update the numbers?" it numbered those sections and then it also numbered all the sub points that were originally bullet points. So lots of options and stuff. Let's see, what else am I interested in? Let's see. So I'm just gonna ask it questions because I do a lot of work around something called nonviolent communication, um, or compassionate communication. So I may ask some questions around that just because it's something I know about and I'm curious how it pulls ideas together. So how does uh, and since I already gave it some other stuff, I'm gonna start a new chat and just check it to GPT-4. Uh, I'm just starting a new chat each time when I start with a new concept or idea, just so that it doesn't get confused, um, or it doesn't give me answers that are kind of melding things that I don't want it to meld. What? Um, Describe the similarities between Buddhism, ugh, that's misspelled, uh, Christianity, and nonviolent communication. And common themes. Similarities. I think it's actually pretty good. I've misspelled a couple of things and it handled those pretty well. Uh, Make a list and expand on each. So, describe the similarities and common themes between Buddhism, Christianity, and nonviolent communication. Nonviolent communication is the thing I know about. Uh, Make a list and expand on each. So, it's responding with compassion and empathy. All three emphasize the importance of understanding and caring for others. Buddhism teaches compassion, karuna, and loving kindness, metta, to reduce suffering. Christianity focuses on loving one's neighbor and treating others as one would like to be treated. Nonviolent communication is based on empathic listening and understanding the feelings and needs of others, aiming to create a compassionate connection. Okay, that's a good concept. It's not especially pulling all those things together, but it's not bad. The golden rule, which I actually thought of when I read the first one, I almost said it. The principle of treating others as one would like to be treated is present in both Buddhism and Christianity. In Buddhism, it is taught as part of the Noble Eightfold Path, right action. In Christianity, Jesus Christ preached the Golden Rule in his Sermon on the Mount. MVC encourages people to act with respect and kindness, aligning with the Golden Rule. I'll agree with that. Mindfulness and self awareness. Both Buddhism and NVC emphasize the importance of being aware of one's thoughts, feelings, and actions. In Buddhism, this is cultivated through meditation and mindfulness practices. NVC encourages individuals to connect with their own feelings and needs before attempting to understand others. All of that is accurate, and I would say as you get deeper into nonviolent communication, the whole idea of mindfulness practices creeps in, and you ultimately want to basically be doing something like a mindfulness practices in order to be able to differentiate between triggers and things you're stuck in and being able to hear the depth of the feeling and needs that is going on for other people. Nonviolence and peace. Buddhism and Christianity both promote nonviolence and peace. Well, MVC would sort of do that as well, I think. Uh, Buddhism teaches the principle of aisma. Aisma! Sounds like a car horn. Or non harming. And I apologize if I totally butchered the pronunciation of that. While Christianity preaches love your enemies and turn the other cheek. MVC is founded on the principle of resolving conflicts peacefully and with compassion, using communication as a tool to create understanding and harmony. Absolutely. The importance of forgiveness. Forgiveness plays a crucial role in both Buddhism and Christianity. In Buddhism, forgiveness helps release negative emotions and cultivate inner peace. In Christianity, forgiveness is central to Jesus' teachings, as it allows people to receive God's grace and mercy. MVC encourages individuals to take responsibility for their actions and seek forgiveness when they have caused harm, fostering healing and reconciliation. Absolutely. Spiritual growth and personal transformation. All three encourage self reflection and growth, leading to personal transformation. Buddhism emphasizes the path to enlightenment and the cessation of suffering. Christianity focuses on salvation and spiritual growth through a relationship with Jesus Christ. MVC supports individuals in developing self awareness, empathy, and compassion, leading to improved relationships and personal growth. Interconnectedness and interdependence. Whew, it's smart to be able to really pull those two words together in this instance. Those are good words. That's like a subtle, that's a kind of a subtle distinction. Maybe that's not exactly the way to put it, but Buddhism teaches concept of dependent or origination, while Christianity highlights the unity of humanity as children of God. NVC emphasizes the importance of meeting all the needs of all parties, involving the communication process, acknowledging the interdependence of human beings. That's solid stuff right there. That is solid, solid stuff. I like it. So I'm going to cut and paste that because that's what I'm doing today is cut and paste and stuff because if I'm going to have this stuff, I'm going to keep it. Because that's some solid stuff right there. All right, Joni, you had another question. Not sure how you add a picture. Oh, you already did that. Oh, you didn't have another new question. Um, if the person that's still watching isn't Joni, or is, again, I offer that I'm putting in GPT-4 prompts today. So if you want to try out a prompt or you're curious something about what GPT-4 can do, let me know. Put the prompt in the chat and I will throw it out there. I'm on 3 hours streaming so far, and who the heck knows how long I'm going to go. I haven't decided yet. I'm drinking more water, turns out. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, so atheism. So add atheism. Add, continue this process with comparing and describing similarities between NVC, nonviolent communication, and atheism. I'm not sure if that's going to make any sense, but I'm curious what it'll say, so that's why I'm typing it. Cool, Joni. Yeah, I'm happy with, Joni says, yeah, I'm happy to follow what you come up with. Good stuff. Yeah, no pressure. It's all right. I'm just screwing around here, so it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Ah, since we're in a spiritual bent, as I'm asking about the nonviolent communication in different religions, uh, or practices, yeah, we may as well be at peace and be at one with the fact that we're just making it all up as we go. We're good humans. All right, looks like let's see. Continue this process Comparing and describing similarities between NVC and atheism. Human-centered approach. Both NVC and atheism focus on human beings and their experiences. Well, that's interesting. That takes it out of the kind of spiritual higher power realm. I like that. Rather than relying on divine intervention or guidance. Okay, that's what I just, yeah. NVC emphasizes the importance of understanding and meeting human needs to foster harmonious relationships, while atheism posits, that's amazing. He uses words that I would never use, but it's like it's like a college level reading level. It's much more complicated than anything I would normally write. I actually think it might be a little too college level. I think it's possible that it's getting a little too fancy. It's super good, but um, anyway. NBC emphasizes the importance of understanding and meeting human needs to foster harmonious relationships, while atheism posits that human beings can develop morals, ethics, and purpose without the need for a deity or religious doctrine. That sounds accurate. Critical thinking and questioning, that's absolutely an NVC thing. NVC and atheism encourage critical thinking and questioning. NVC promotes self awareness and understanding through inquiry and reflections, helping individuals understand their own feelings, needs, motivations. Atheism values skepticism and rational inquiry. Personal responsibility, sure. Uh, Both NVC and atheism emphasize the importance of taking responsibility for one's actions and choices. NVC encourages individuals to own their feelings, needs, and actions. Own their feelings. Yeah, okay, and actions. To make requests based on these needs. Atheism highlights the importance of individual responsibility in shaping one's life and moral values rather than relying on divine authority or predestined fate. So as I'm walking through this, I'm realizing I'm just reading a bunch of stuff. I want to read through all of this, and so I'm sort of reading through it for me, and wanting to keep. If people are on the channel, I want you to be able to pipe in, jump in as well. But I'll just be reading unless I hear other stuff because I'm gonna read it anyway because I want to read it because I'm curious how the hell this new GPT works. Uh, GPT-4, it's pretty cool. And it's really writing some pretty complex stuff and solid. I guess that's the real thing that I'm noticing so far. I'm noticing that uh, in the past when I did GPT, there was stuff that I really felt like I needed to rewrite, or I would want to say write this again. And that's the thing I'm noticing right now is I'm not noticing a desire to have it answer again in a different way. Like it's actually the answers are pretty damn solid, and therefore it's not requiring me to do much or to think much more. Which also might make us, in the end, might make us dumber humans if we use it too much. But that's a problem for another day. Empathy and compassion. While atheism doesn't inherently prescribe specific moral values, many atheists believe in the importance of empathy and compassion in building a just and ethical society. This aligns with the principles of NVC, which seeks to foster understanding, compassion, and connections between individuals through empathic communication. Freedom of expression and tolerance. NVC and atheism both support the freedom of individuals to express their thoughts and beliefs, and encourage tolerance and respect for diverse perspectives. NVC aims to create an environment where everyone's needs are considered, while atheism champions the importance of allowing people to hold different belief systems without fear of persecution or judgment. That feels a little too far. I don't think, I mean, there's an ideal of doing that without fear of persecution or judgment, but I don't think atheism has an expectation of that. Um, yeah, allowing the importance of it. Reliance on evidence and reason. That, that feels pretty atheist. MVC and atheism both value evidence and reason as the basis for decision making and understanding. MVC encourages individuals to express their feelings and needs using specific observations and facts, while atheism emphasizes the importance of empirical evidence and rational thought in forming beliefs and making decisions. Yeah, that that's accurate, I guess. Focus on the present and future. Both NVC and atheism prioritize the present and future in addressing problems and conflicts. NVC emphasizes the importance of addressing current feelings, needs, and situations to create a better future, while atheism often emphasizes the importance of addressing societal issues and working towards a more just and equitable world. Sure, fits. Oh, so I'm just cutting and pasting here because some of these things, they're interesting. I'm just keeping a record since I'm limited somewhat on, uh, since we're limited to 100 prompts every 4 hours. I'm kind of cutting and pasting in case I want to go back and explore it some later, but that's what's going on. It looked like somebody new joined. If you have any prompts you want to try out with the new GPT-4, put them in the chat. Otherwise, I'm just running through and coming up with ideas and just trying to see what it can do and what it can't do. And just noticing differences and so forth. But yeah, just an exploration and what the heck, we're just screwing around. So I go in here, I got the paid GPT model, GPT-4, and then I'm off to the races. So what is the origin of off to the races? Write a joke that uses this concept after explaining the origin. Hey Joni, how much have I used the other versions? Um, I have used GPT a bit. I've certainly used it. I'd say I've used it pretty regularly since November. Not a ton, but I would say I probably use it at least once a day at this point. And some days I'll sit down for a few hours and poke around with it, try things. I've certainly I'm sort of working on a book on some level, and I was having it sort of help me try to formulate ideas. I've also played with Stable Diffusion and Midjourney for the graphics stuff. Um, yeah, so those are cool. And again, I haven't done a ton with that. One of the things I created, I created a bunch of potential logos for a nonprofit that I'm a co-founder of. Um, just playing around with, we like our mascot animal and so I came up with like 40 logos on Midjourney one day. And again, it took a few hours to do all of that. And as it's getting better and better, those are becoming good. But I would say on like Midjourney, uh, I was creating logos, and I would say I was probably coming up with a new logo that I liked, maybe 1 or 2 out of 10 that I created. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, what is it? So this is just me just being random. I said off to the races earlier, and now I'm like, oh, what is the origin of off to the races? Write a joke that uses this. I did try to get this to write jokes a bit in the old version, so I haven't asked it yet. I haven't asked GPT-4 yet that, so I'm curious what it'll say. All right. The origin of the phrase "off to the races" can be traced back to racing. Okay. In this context, it referred to the start of the race when horses would take off from the starting line, heading towards the finish line. Over time, the phrase evolved to be used more broadly to describe the beginning of any activity or undertaking with great enthusiasm or speed. Okay, so yeah, so it's not just the start of something, but it's the start of something with enthusiasm and a great deal of energy. That makes sense. It's often used to suggest that someone is eager to start or has already started a task with gusto. With gusto! Perfect. Uh, Here's a joke that incorporates the concept. It's so ridiculous to ask it this. Uh, why did the horses start a rock band? Because they were off to the races every time they played a gig. Oh, that's thin. It's not better at humor. It's not better at humor than the last one. At least not yet. I mean, it made me laugh, don't get me wrong, but it made me laugh because uh, for the same reason that you laugh when somebody tries to say something funny, but they're not good at that. Uh, all the love in the world to the people that have that. Um, and, it's times when it happens to me as well. Uh, let's see. Let's see. Uh, write a story about, right, let's see, write an engaging, enlivening, and that's probably an E. Oh, enlivening. Enlivening. Still wrong. Right, engaging, enlivening, and exciting story about um, a rock band that is off to the races. Looks like somebody new might have joined. Just going over, we're doing tests on ChatGPT with GPT-4, and I am taking ideas for prompts if you want to put them in the chat if you have anything you want to try. Otherwise, I'm just trying random prompts that I think of um, and just reading through what it creates. So, write an engaging, enlivening, and exciting story about a rock band that is off to the races. We just asked it what off to the races meant and had it write a joke, but the joke was awful. I'll say that with authority that is un that is undeserved potentially. Once upon a time, in a small town known for its love of music and horse racing, a group of four friends decided to form a rock band called the Galloping Riffs. All right. The band the band members, Max, the band members, Max, the charismatic lead singer, Jesse, the skillful guitarist, Sam, the groovy bassist, and Alex, the energetic drummer, were all passionate about music, but they also shared a deep love for horses. So there's a difference here between what I saw earlier, like in the last version and this version. It's doing a better job of creating characters, I think. This is the second or third story I've written, but it's creating characters, it's adding names, and giving them each a little flavor. And I think it's doing that a decent amount better than the normal ChatGPT, the upgraded 4. The Galloping Riffs quickly gained a reputation for their fast-paced, high-energy performances. Their shows were filled with galloping rhythms, electrifying guitar riffs, and catchy melodies that got audiences dancing and singing along as they toured the local music scene. They incorporated the horse racing theme into their performances, wearing jockey silks on stage and using horseshoes as part of their set design. That's interesting. I like that they're wearing jockey outfits. That's interesting. I was not expecting that. See, it's definitely writing longer stuff than the old one, I think. One day, the Galloping Riffs received an invitation to perform at the prestigious Triple Crown Rock Festival, a 3-day event held at the famous horse racing tracks across the country. A 3-day event held at famous horse racing tracks across the country. So I guess this is a festival that's at multiple tracks at the same time. I'm not sure that makes sense. That might be a little bit of a hole. This was the opportunity they had been waiting for, a chance to showcase their music to a broader audience and take their career to new heights. Excited, the band members began preparing for their most significant performance yet. They spent countless hours rehearsing, perfecting their sound, and developing a spectacular show that would leave the audience in awe. They even composed a new song called Off to the Races to commemorate the event. As the festival's opening day approached, the anticipation for the Galloping Riffs' performance grew, with fans and music critics buzzing around the band's unique fusion of rock and horse racing culture. All right. The first night of the festival, held at the legendary Belmont Park, had finally arrived, and the band was ready to take the stage. As the sun set over the racetrack, the stage lights illuminated the band, and the crowd roared with excitement. Max, Jesse, Sam, and Alex took their positions and launched into their opening song, Off to the Races. The crowd went wild, dancing and singing along to the galloping beat and infectious chorus. I think I'm going to ask it to write that song. The stories are really long. I think the older version stories were pretty short. I absolutely agree. Um, I don't know that they're a lot longer, but I think maybe 20 to 50, 60% longer. I would totally agree with that. As the sun set over the racetrack, the stage lights illuminated the band and the crowd roared with excitement. I already read that. Throughout their set, the Galloping Riffs continued to captivate the audience with their energetic performance and undeniable passion for music. By the time they finished their last song, the crowd was chanting for an encore. The band members looked at each other with pride, knowing they had given their all and had truly lived up to the phrase "off to the races." The Galloping Riffs' incredible performance at the Triple Crown Rock Festival propelled them to stardom. They became a household name and continue to captivate audience worldwide with their unique blend of music and horse racing culture. It's use that phrase again. Music and horse racing culture. I don't think I like that. Excuse me. In the years that followed, the band's fame and success grew, but they never forgot the small town that inspired their journey and the phrase that had come to identify their unstoppable spirit, off to the races. That's a little too spot on off to the races, I think. Let's see here. I didn't like the end very much, and I think that's something that I came up with in the last one. Like it didn't really come to an end. It's like it's like it stopped mid thought here. By the time they finished their last song, the crowd was chanting for an encore. So, like this chanting for an encore thing, they just dropped that. Like there was nothing about the encore, like the build. Like I wanted to create a story that, or I want it to take that idea and end with an encore, like that has some kind of a big pop or um, way to end that's just like a crescendo. And I feel like it just kind of like it was going on and it came up with this good idea, but then it's like, oh, I'm out of words, so I'm going to stop now. Because this last paragraph is just kind of wrapping it up. But it's not really, Energetically, it's not. Let's see. Let's have it right. And energetic, exciting. Uh, what do I want? Not resolution. I want like a resolution, not a resolution. I wanted to come up with a satisfying. Satisfying ending to the story um, that details how the uh, GCals going into the encore and ending the show with flair and gusto. Sure, why not? As the deafening chants for an encore echoed through the stadium, the galloping riffs exchanged knowing glances, their hearts pounding with adrenaline. Max stepped up to the microphone, grinning wildly as they shouted, "You want more? We'll give you more! This one's for everyone who came out tonight to share this unforgettable experience with us!" That's good. The band members exchanged a brief nod before launching into their encore with unbridled enthusiasm. Oh, that's good. Unbridled. That's perfect. Jesse unleashed a ferocious guitar solo that sent the crowd into a frenzy while Sam's bass rumbled through the stadium like the thundering hooves of a champion racehorse. Nice. It's using a lot of horse related metaphors now. Alex pounded the drums with a fire that seemed impossible to extinguish, driving the band's rhythm forward with relentless intensity. As Mac belted out the as Max belted out the lyrics to their final song, a fan favorite titled "Ride the Lightning." Nice. A dazzling array of pyrotechnics illuminated the sky, perfectly timed to the music. Flames burst from the stage, forming the shape of galloping horses that raced along the edges, while bursts of colored smoke erupted in time with the song's infectious chorus. The energy in the stadium was palpable, each person feeling as though they were part of something magical and extraordinary. The crowd sang along at the top of their lungs, their voices blending with the band's in a powerful with the bands? That's not right. That's not right. Uh, the crowd sang along at the top of their lungs, their voices blending with the band's. Oh, that is right. In a powerful display of unity and shared passion. Damn it! I hate it when I when I say it's right and it's wrong and it's right. Ah, ChatGPT's grammar is better than mine, of course. No surprise there, but damn it anyway. As this, all right, I'm gonna take a drink. As the song reached its climax, Jesse, Sam, and Alex joined Max at center stage, their instruments converging in a harmonious crescendo that shook the very foundations of the racetrack. The band members then leaped into the air simultaneously, their silhouettes framed by the explosion of fireworks behind them. The image was etched into the minds of everyone present, a symbol of triumph and unyielding spirit. As the final notes reverberated through the stadium, the galloping riffs took a collective bow, their faces flushed with the exhilaration of having given everything they had to their fans. The audience roared with approval, their applause resounding long after the band left the stage and the night sky returned to darkness. Oh, that's actually nice. The Galloping's Riff's performance at the Top Crown Rock Festival would go down in history as one of the most energetic, exciting, and satisfying shows ever witnessed. It wasn't just the culmination of their hard work and dedication, it was a testament to the power of the music to bring people together and create unforgettable moments. The band left the stage that night with flair and gusto, having inspired a new generation of musicians and fans, and forever cementing their legacy as the rock band that truly went off to the races. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Please write the Off to the Races song. Use pick a popular. Please write the Off the Races song using the background music of a popular song. State the name of the song you picked and may make it so that the words you use are match the rhythm and cadence of the original words, or that fit with the song well. There's no way it's going to be able to do this, but what the hell. Okay, Living on a Tree by John Jovi, great. As the background music, here's the Off to the Races song with lyrics adapted to fit the rhythm and cadence of Living on a Prayer. Once upon, oh God, I wish I knew the song better. Once upon a time, so long ago, we're dreaming. We'll make it, I swear. We'll rise above the rest. Above the rest. We're off to the races. We give it our best. Yeah, I can't do this. Oh, chorus. We're halfway there. Oh, off to the races. Hold my hand. We'll make it, I swear. Oh, off to the races. This is not good. It's not getting it. It's using too many. Uh, don't use words from the original Living on a Prayer. That's fine. I'm not upset with you. I just wanted you to write it in a different way. I should have picked a song I knew better instead of having it come up with a song. I should have had it come up with a chorus, pre-chorus. I need to, if I do this again, I need to do a song that I know better. Oh, I'm gonna ask it Princess Bride questions. That's what I'm gonna do. Chorus. Oh, we're taking flight. Oh, off to the races. Join our ride, we'll conquer, no doubt. On off to the races, races. Yeah, that's not gonna be good. None of that. It doesn't seem to flow. Yeah, it probably doesn't get music yet. It's good to know though. a new version of uh, Mary had a little lamb as the off to the races song. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary joined a rock band. It's true, it's true. Their sound was fresh and bold, like morning dew. With guitars in their hands, they stood so tall. Off to the races, they'd conquer one and all. Off to the races, the band played on. Their music strong. Yeah, I'm not finding how to put this into the Mary Had a Little Lamb song. Off to the races, the band played on. Their music strong. Their swords shining in the sun. Off to the races, they chased their dreams. Together as one, an unstoppable team. Like I could see sort of singing this. Mary joined a rock band, it's true, it's true. Their sound was fresh and bold like morning dew, dew. With guitars in their hands, they all stood tall. Off to the races, they'd conquer one and all. Off to the races, the band played on. Their music strong, their hearts a shining sun. Their music strong, their hearts a shining sun. Off to the races, they'd chase their dreams. Together as one, an unstoppable team. There's a rhythm there, sort of. And I apologize for my singing voice, but that's what you get. Mary sang her heart out, her voice so sweet. As the band played on, they found their beat. Drums like thunder, the bass so deep. Off to the races, their passion they'd keep. Bop, ba da ba ba, ba ba da ba ba. Mary had a little lamb, little little lamb. Mary had a little lamb, little little lamb. All right, I think I'm done with that. That's a good thing to try, I guess. Woo! See, but I'm 4 hours into the stream, so who the hell's ever gonna hear this? That's fine. Let's see. So, music. Uh, let's see. What are like music? Dance. How about something about dance? Is there something about dance? Uh, create a new dance rhythm. No, I can't do. Create a new dance that will shock the world and be a big hit on TikTok. I haven't asked it questions yet that have been as repetitive, but I think I normally ask it more questions in a row that were similar. Uh, I'm trying to today. I'm more trying instead of actually going down a specific path, trying to discover or figure something out. I'm sort of just trying to test capabilities. So one of the problems I had with the old GPT was that I got a lot of repeats. um, I just seen your note, Joni. The songs were not too bad. Great. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, yeah, they're all right. And performance withstanding or not. Okay, so create a new dance that will shock the world and be a big hit on TikTok. It's funny to create something that's like a dance that has a visual to it on some level and a movement, which is absolutely out of the realm of what I'd expect an AI to be able to understand. But If it does it in description, it might be able to. Introducing the hyperwave dance, a new and electrifying dance that will take TikTok by storm. The hyperwave combines elements of popular dances with a futuristic twist, creating a unique and visually captivating experience. Here's a step-by-step guide to performing the hyperwave dance. Good gosh, that's actually, I mean, even if it's not good, it's amazing that it's going to try to do it and it's going to give steps. Like, it's basically, oh my God, that's amazing. All right. I wish I knew more about dance so I could see. I can see I don't know what all these are. Start position. Stand with your feet shoulder width apart, arms relaxed at your sides. Okay, that's a pretty good normal starting position for damn near anything. Glitch hop. Hop on your right foot and bring your left knee up. Oh God. As you do this, throw your right hand up in the air and make a peace sign with your fingers. Do the same on the opposite side, alternating movements with the beat of the music. All right, something like that. I don't know. Wave and slide. Perform a classic body wave starting from your head and flowing down to your toes. All right. That is not my gig. I apologize for that move. As you finish the wave, slide your right foot to the side and bring your left foot to meet it. Repeat the process on the other side, creating a smooth and continuous motion. I'm not sure that makes sense. Perform a classic body wave starting from your head and flowing down to your toes. So if I'm going up to down, but then it's saying as you finish the wave, slide your foot to the right and bring your left foot to meet it. Okay, so it's like you kind of do this wave and then you step to the right. Okay, and then you bring your other foot along with it. Repeat the process on the other side. So you're back. It feels a little off, but oh, I guess that works. I guess that works. Time warp. With your arms stretched out to your sides, spin around in a circle while slightly leaning back as if you're caught in a time warp. Ah! Ah! Maybe a little less yelling. Complete 2 full rotations. That's a lot. People get dizzy doing 2 full rotations. That's actually a lot. That's more than even in like partner dancing generally, I guess. I guess swing dancers, they'll spin you a couple times. But at least you have an anchor point to be on your own and do that. Cyber stomp. Bring your right foot forward and stomp. I was not. I was not agreeing to do the dance. I'm dancing a little, but I'm not going to stand up. Yeah, my video thing wouldn't work anyway because I'm too close to the camera. Cyber stomp. Bring your right foot towards the stomp, and then quickly bring it back and stomp your left foot. Bring your right foot forward and stomp, and then bring it back and stomp with what? Bring your right foot forward and stomp. Okay, so I pound my maybe I'm stomping both feet. Then bring it back and stomp with your left foot. So that's a little complicated. I think as I'm visualizing that, I'm picturing my right foot going forward and then some sort of whatever a stomp is. But let's say a stomp is jumping up and down with both feet. But then it says quickly bring it back, and it in this case I think is the right foot. So you're bringing your right foot back and then you stomp with your left foot, which sort of implies that you're stomping on your right foot, like you're taking your left foot and stomping on your right foot. Yeah, I don't think I think this doesn't actually make sense. It may not be able to visualize like the body posture and everything, which absolutely makes sense. That's a pretty complex task to do, especially if you don't have any visual reference. But as you do this, pump your arms back and forth in a robotic motion. So we've added the robot to this? Okay. I'm not sure where my hands are supposed to be. Pump your arms back and forth in a robotic motion. Yep, maybe. Robotic. That's a little robotic. Electric shock. Spread your fingers wide and rapidly shake your hands as if you're being electrocuted. Ah! Ah! Okay. I'm not sure how musical that is. Electric shock. Spread your fingers wide and rapidly shake your hands. I guess it could be like a Tesla coil. It's like ah, like electricity coming out of your fingers, or it's a connection. So it can either be this, or it can be wait till they connect. Ah! Ah! Anyway, that's my thought. Check if you're being electrocuted. Simultaneously vibrate your entire body, creating a pulsating effect. I think I did that. I'm almost tired now. Matrix lean. Lean your upper body back, similar to the iconic Matrix movie, while keeping your legs straight. As you lean back, extend your arms out to both sides for balance. I think that is absolutely not doable in the real world, unless I have some sort of a thing in my some sort of a supporting thing in my legs to keep me from falling over. Because like otherwise you can't put your head. You'd have to have your hands ahead of you to actually balance. I'm just curious how smart it is and what it knows. So I think it's not that good at body, like guessing what the body will do or how it does it. Hyperwave finish. Finish the dance with a final glitch hop, followed by an energetic jump, and both arms thrown up in the air, creating a dynamic ending. So, glitch hop, energetic jump. So, glitch hop was the piece that was jumping. Throw your right hand up in the air. Okay, so that's like a glitch hop, sort of, I think. And then followed by an energetic jump. I don't think. Well, let's say. Okay, so let's say glitch hop. And then an energetic jump with both ends up in the air, creating a dynamic ending. Okay, or just like glitch hop. Ah! This does not feel like a cohesive dance in any way whatsoever. Uh, but it's got a lot of moves in it, so maybe it would work. Who knows? The key to making the hyperwave a TikTok sensation is to sync your movements with a catchy and upbeat song. Well, that's true. And maybe have a little rhythm, which would be good. Record yourself performing the dance, add creative visual effects or filters, and share it on TikTok using the hashtag HyperwaveChallenge. That's a good idea. To encourage others to join in and make the dance go viral. Whew. I'm at this point, I kind of wish I had, if I think I could create a WordPress site basically and just put up random prompts and stuff. All right, well, that was energetically enthusiastic. Let's see here. Yeah, that hurt my brain a little. It didn't do a great job on that response. It didn't do a great job on that response, but I mean, good gosh, like what a difficult thing. Like, I guess what kind of data would it have to have in order to be like you'd have to almost give it source data that included choreography in order to make that make sense. Or you'd need something to like watch hundreds or millions or whatever of dance videos and and interpret them and say, oh, it did this move, it did this move, it did this move. Because my guess is some of these are probably real dance moves, maybe all of them. Um, but phew, it would have to have some pretty good training data for that. And it would make sense that it's not really trained on that, except from the perspective of, like, it would be confused, like you would be confused if you were reading a book, like if you were reading about somebody dancing in a book. It doesn't have the same visceral land as an actual dance. And the nuances of performance and catching the beats and the emotions and all of that, like it couldn't you could if you just had training from books, then it would be yeah, it would be lifeless on some level, which I think this it can do some things pretty darn well and other things better. Uh, but I'm just screwing around, so feel free to, if you would like to point me in any given direction. I am very pointable. And something just happened that made it sound like I may have lost. No, I think I'm still streaming. Okay. Something changed on my. All right. Ah, did I already copy that? I think I did. Yeah. That's a great. All right. What are we doing next? I think I'm going to go back to humor. Let's see. Okay, so this is something I tried. This is something I tried on the earlier version of GPT. I didn't get it on video, or I didn't do a recording of it or anything, but I tried basically writing, write a joke in the style of, oh, what was his name? He does the short ones. Oh gosh, gotta look at his. I can totally picture him. Uh, Mitch Hedberg, that's what it was. In the style of Mitch Hedberg, probably misspelled, but it'll correct me. Uh, about a a horse. All right. I knew a horse who was a minimalist. He told me only needed 1 horsepower. All right, that's actually decent. That's a little better than the than the ones were before. So now I need to do another one because uh, right, for all the future prompts here, write the joke in the style of Mitch Hedberg. Actually, first, who is Mitch Hedberg? So he'll at least fix the spelling probably for me. There we go. Oh, I spelled it right. Or did I? See, now I have to check to see if that's. So now I have to check like just the regular internet to see if I spelled it right, because it's hard for me to believe I spelled it right. I'll be damned, I was right. Okay, fine. Sometimes I'm smarter than I think I am. Deadpan, sure. Influenced by Stephen Wright, of course. Uh, and he did pass. He was only 37. Oh, that's hard to hear. Funny guy. A little troubled here and there, I think, but definitely a funny guy. So I wrote for all future prompts here, write jokes in the style of Mitch Hedberg, and all right, I'll do my best to channel my inner Mitch Hedberg for upcoming prompts. Let's see. Let's do a quick. Can we do a quick? Let's see if we can find one quick just Mitch Hedberg in case anybody's watching that doesn't know who that is. So we'll probably put up an ad. Yep.
Meet Brenda and her envelopes. Every month, she sets aside her spending cash for groceries.
All right, so let's pull this in here. I don't know if you'll get audio actually. Let me check to see if you'll hear audio. Da-da.
I like rice. Rice is great when you're hungry and you want 2,000 of something. All right. All right. Yeah. My mom loves those applause breaks. Refried beans. I like refried beans. That's why I want to try fried beans, because maybe they're just as good and we're wasting time.
Anyway, that's a short showing of what Mitch Hedberg is doing. All right, let's see here. Time and time, space, and Star Trek. I like it. It's sort of in its voice. I love Star Trek, man. They're always exploring new dimensions. I wish I could do that, but when I find a new dimension, it's usually the extra space behind my couch. That's actually not bad. That's way better than yeah, that's actually way better than the stuff it was doing before. Uh, let's see. Trains, cars, and airplanes. Been on trains, cars, and airplanes. It's funny, man. They all have a speed limit. Trains got tracks, cars got roads, airplanes got airways. But I'm still waiting for the day when I get pulled over a speeding ticket in a hot air balloon. That's awful. That one's awful. That has no continuity. This idea of a speed limit, like that all have speed limits. I mean, that may be technically true on some level, but um, yeah, but like speed limits would be more related to cars, trains, got tracks. I mean, I like the tracks, roads, airways thing. That actually makes sense. Like that's a decent start. Uh, start the joke with, but end it in a way that uh, is more about the paths they follow. Trains got tracks, cars got roads, and airplanes got airways. But I'm still trying to find out who gives the directions to birds, man. They never seem to get lost. Maybe have their own feather-sized GPS. That's bad. Ugh, feather-sized GPS. Feather-sized. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. All right, so I'm getting an idea of like conceptually what it's doing. Like it doesn't. It's obviously that it doesn't kind of get humor, which is fine. I don't necessarily expect it to get humor, but um, like humor's freaking complicated. Like humans have trouble with it. That's why there's so few people that are amazing comedians. Um, but these are missing. This is missing. This is missing stuff. So, like, yeah, who gives like, but I'm still trying to find out who gives directions to birds. So that's not exactly connected. It's thin, but that's sort of, it's like a path and direct, like, yeah, it's a non sequitur maybe, and I'm not sure I'm using that correctly, but the like you go from the tracks to the roads to the airplanes to the airways, and then you go to birds and directions. So directions make sense with paths. Um, they never seem to get lost. That's totally cool. Maybe they have their own feather-sized GPS. Like, maybe feather-sized isn't right. That just doesn't work. Feather-sized GPS just doesn't work. All right, we'll try one more. Uh, let's see here. Uh, Congress. Uh, let's see. Let's say voting. Uh, oh, let's just do voting. Sure. What's it gonna say? I like that it says man. Voting is like choosing your favorite sandwich at a deli, man. You stand in line, look at the options, and you pick one. But no matter what you choose, there's always somebody who thinks you should have gone for the turkey instead. That's all right. That sounds like it's in his voice. That's good. I mean, it's not funny as such, but it's got the pieces of something to be funny. I went to vote, man. They gave me a sticker that said I voted, but I'm still waiting for the day when they hand out stickers to say I didn't vote, but I still got a sticker. That's democracy for you. Now I think that's actually funny. You could probably, like again, like I'm an authority of any sort whatsoever, but uh, I went to vote, man, and they gave me a sticker that said I voted, but I'm still waiting for the day when they hand out stickers that say I didn't vote. No, that's good. I didn't vote. No, yeah. But I'm still waiting for the day when they hand out stickers that say I didn't vote, but I still got a sticker. That absolutely makes sense. That's decent. That's decent. That's the best. So of all the jokes I've tried to have GPT write in the old version and the new, that's the best one. You drop this last piece, that's democracy for you, and I think because that's not necessary. I think the joke stands on its own without that. All right, I got to do another one because ah, it's smart enough to know that I meant to type another. That's great. Voting booths are strange, man. They're like dressing rooms for democracy. You go in, make your choice, and you come out hoping you didn't pick the wrong outfit for the next 4 years. Again, that's not bad. It's not great, but not bad. There's a core of an idea there. Hmm. But I think, eh, energetically, just the few things I've written, maybe 50% better than what was there before, or like the older version, GPT-4 is maybe, yeah, 50% better, like the stuff that it wrote. It's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. All right. Uh-oh. There you go. All right. So Marie Kondo was the one that wrote the book on uh, organizing. I don't remember the name of the book right offhand, but Marie Kondo wrote that, and she had this concept of like you want to take each item, and before you decide what to do with it in your organizational structure, whether you're going to keep it or get rid of it, was to see if it brought some amount of love to you, or some energy that you wanted to keep in your heart. And again, I'm butchering that, but so if write a letter to um, write a climate change letter to the world from Marie Kondo. Um, yeah, so leave it at that. See what it does. Subject, sparking joy. That's what you wanted. You would keep an item. You would have an item. And you want to keep it if it sparks joy. Let's see. Okay, sorry, Joni. I missed a couple of your things here. Try to make a list of small jokes. Oh, let's see if there's one or two jokes that maybe works. Right? Oh, I did a few of those already. Seems jokes are not really working out with it. Yeah, I would say that. I mean, there's like I think it's good maybe for idea generation for somebody that's doing that sort of thing, but I think for it actually like writing a completed funny joke, yeah, it's not pulling that off. It's a little better than the old version of GPT was, but it's not writing stuff right out of the gate that's worthwhile. All right, write a climate change letter to the world from Marie Kondo. Subject: sparking joy for our planet. A call for climate action. And I apologize. I don't care. I'm just looking for ideas. I'm not attached to where you're at on the climate side of things. Unless my climate friend here is the one that's listening, and if so, I robustly apologize for anything I'm about to say, or for whatever this is going to say. Uh, Dear friends and fellow inhabitants of Earth, my name is Marie Kondo, and I have devoted my life to the art of tidying and organizing. Over the years, I've witnessed the transformative power of decluttering our spaces and living more intentionally. Today, I invite you to join me in applying the same principles of joy and mindfulness to our collective home, Earth, as we face the challenge of climate change. The global impact of climate change is undeniable. We have experienced more frequent and intense natural disasters, the disappearance of species, the significant changes in weather patterns. These events serve as a wake-up call, urging us to take immediate and sustained action to protect our environment. My philosophy is centered around the question, does it spark joy? As we confront the issue of climate change, I encourage each of you to consider the joy that our planet brings us. The beauty of the forest, the tranquility of the beach, the majestic sight of mountains. These are the precious gifts that our planet bestows upon us. It is our responsibility to cherish and protect those gifts for ourselves and future generations. Here are some ways that we can all spark joy. We can all begin to spark joy for our planet. Well, I'm not sure that fits her concept exactly right, but declutter your carbon footprint. Be conscious of your energy consumption. Switch to energy efficient appliances, reduce water waste, embrace renewable energy sources. By simplifying our lives, we can significantly reduce our environmental impact. Declutter your carbon footprint. Yeah, I don't think that works. I don't think that quite follows. Cherish what you have. Practice Earth's gratitude for Earth resources, embracing a sustainable lifestyle, reducing, reusing, and recycling. When making new purchases, prioritize environmentally friendly products. I like the idea of cherish, maybe to drop in more to things we cherish about the natural environment and so forth. And be less about like an actual like each thing having to be a solution, and more of a things to consider to like so that we can have agreement on what's important. Like what kind of what we're trying to save energy. I don't know. Cultivate a green space. Plant trees and maintain green spaces in your community. Encourage urban gardens and local food production. This not only benefits the environment, but also nourishes the soul. I'll agree with that. Educate and inspire. Share. Of course, now I'm realizing like a lot of what I'm doing is like opinion. It's just like, okay, that's an opinion. Educate and inspire. Share your passion for the environment with friends and family. Encourage them to make sustainable choices and support policies that address climate change at the local, national, and global levels. Yeah, that doesn't really fit from her voice, I don't think. I think yeah, I'm desiring it to be more strict to her modality. And this sounds like just a generic idea. Um, Connect with the earth. Spend time in nature to appreciate its beauty and fragility. This connection will remind you of the importance of preserving our environment and inspire you to take action. As we work together to spark joy for our planet, we can create a sustainable and harmonious relationship with the earth. Remember that every small act counts, and when combined with the power to create meaningful change, I didn't read that well. Remember that every act counts, and when combined, has the power to create meaningful change. Let us join hands and hearts in the journey towards a cleaner, healthier, and more beautiful world. With love and gratitude, Marie Kondo. That was decent. I think it was a little too on the topic, right? Uh, Rewrite with more focus on Marie Kondo's teaching topics and less about the climate change itself. Subject: tidying our way to a sustainable future, applying Marie Kondo's principles to address climate change. Okay, that's more on. It's not as catchy, but it's yeah. Dear friends and fellow inhabitants of Earth. Oh, I need to check to see if I'm even getting any audio right now. Am I? Yeah, okay. Dear friends and fellow inhabitants of Earth. My name is Marie Kondo. I've dedicated my life to organizing, tidying, and organizing. Through my work, I've seen the transformative power of decluttering our spaces and living more intentionally. Today, I invite you to join me in applying these same principles to our collective home, Earth. I think that's pretty similar to the previous paragraph that it wrote, which is probably normal. I didn't really tell it to rewrite everything new. Oh, I like what it's doing here. As we confront the changes of climate change, let us embrace the principles of my tidying philosophy and apply them to our daily lives and our relationship with the environment. Keep only what sparks joy. Just as we declutter our homes by holding on to only what brings joy, we can declutter our planet by choosing sustainable products and practices that spark joy for ourselves and the earth. Tidy by category. That's totally a thing for her. In our homes, we tidy by category to create a harmonious space. Similarly, we can address the climate by focusing on key areas in our lives: transportation, energy, food, and waste, to create a more sustainable lifestyle. Thin, but okay. Respect your belongings. Treat our possessions with care and gratitude helps us live more consciously. Extend this mindset to Earth's resources by conserving water, reducing energy consumption, and supporting sustainable products and practices. I like the first part of this. Second part's, yeah, a little too prescriptive, I guess, for what I'm sort of wanting. But the fact that I can argue with it over those kinds of distinctions is pretty good. Fold in love. So one of her concepts is that you fold things with a lot of love as you're putting them, getting ready to put them away in their proper place. When we fold our clothes with love, we create a sense of order and well-being. Similarly, we can fold in love with our environment by engaging in eco-friendly practices and cultivating green spaces in our communities. I think that's doable. The fold in love idea makes a lot of sense. I think there's something about that that could definitely translate into the ideas. Share the joy. As you've experienced the positive impact of tidying in your own life, inspire others to do the same for our planet. Encourage friends, family, and your community to adopt sustainable practices and support those policies. That makes sense. By applying the principles of my tidying philosophy to our relationship with the environment, we can work together to create a cleaner, healthier, and more joyful world. Remember that every small act counts, and when combined, has the power to create meaningful change. It definitely used that in the earlier revision. Let us join hands and hearts in the journey towards a more sustainable, joyful future for our planet. Yeah, all right. It was better. I think if I played with the prompts a bit more, I could get it to do more of what I want. Like it did the concepts well here. So these are definitely Marie Kondo uh, concepts. I think it was a little too directive. Like I wanted to know more about the concept. Like I think I was looking at more of ideals that we want towards for the world, as opposed to like prescriptive. This is what you have to do. What are your ideals for how we could celebrate the the world in a way that follows your organizing principles? So it looked like somebody new joined in. I'm just trying out GPT-4 prompts right now. I paid for the upgrade to ChatGPT Plus so that I could try this out, and I figured instead of just trying it out on my own and discovering that I would offer to type in prompts for folks. So if you joined and you have some kind of a prompt you'd like me to put in, just put it in the chat, and then I will add it in to the thing, and we can see how it responds. I'm currently doing a thing with where I'm kind of equating Marie Kondo, wrote a book about organizing that was popular a few years back, and climate change. So just trying to combine disparate ideas and see how it does that. Joni, yeah, it plays it plays good with words, but then let the ideas behind them a bit dry and hollow. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Joni. The I think hollow is a good word. It's interesting because I can kind of feel the first part, and maybe that's partially just because Marie Kondo uh is a pretty visceral writer anyway. But yeah, the prescriptive part does feel hollow. That's a good word for it, and that makes sense because it's there's no real soul in the GPT environment, and maybe I was expecting a little more of that in this upgraded version, but um, yeah, it doesn't have it doesn't have soul, but it does have authority. I don't know. It feels kind of authoritative. It feels smart. Um, it feels thoughtful on some level. And the other thing is too, I think part of it may be that it's limited in the amount of text that it can do. So I think if we have it like write more about each one of these, it might actually do some uh, some better pieces. Declutter, planting with purpose. Uh, what did I like? Did it redo that? Say more about Joyful Earth Day. Yeah, the whole idea that it's hollow. That's a pretty good word to describe it. Lifeless. Yeah, sort of empty. It's informationally helpful, but and that fits with the humor stuff too, I guess. And maybe even the dance thing. It's I guess it's similar to the idea of like hanging out with a person who's really like there's different types of people. There are people that are more body focused, there are people that are more like heady, and there are people that are more maybe spiritual. And I think this is the experience of this is it's more heady and maybe a bit creative, but it's more heady uh, than embodied, and that would fit with the whole kind of spiritual hollowness as well. Maybe intellectual, that might be a good word for it. But all right, say more about Joyful Earth Day. Joyful Earth Day is a celebration that focuses on the joy and gratitude we feel for our beautiful planet. It encourages us to appreciate the natural world around us and deepens our commitment to protect and cherish it. Here are some ideas on how to create memorable and meaningful Joyful Day, Earth Day celebration. I don't like that it's using Earth Day, quote unquote, since that's already a thing. But Earth stories, that's cool. Maybe like an Earth story about visiting national parks or something. Nature appreciation walk, that's pretty. Earth inspired art, Max of Green. I'm just reading the titles, the headings here. Joyful Earth Day, okay. Earth Day picnic, okay. Environmental film screening, okay. Gratitude tree, set up a gratitude tree where the participants write messages of their appreciation. That works. I like the idea of that, collecting joyful experiences. Anyway, I think I'm done with that set of prompts. All right. Yeah, I think Joni, that's true. You said, but all it is really expected because it's an AI after all. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Yeah, I don't expect it to be magical, um, but what I do want is to know what it can do and what it can't do. And I enjoy figuring out the distinctions of what it's good at and what it's not good at. I think it's excessively useful in a lot of ways. And I think even some of the stuff that like where it's hollow, I bet if you asked it the right questions, it would it might be able to do things that felt less hollow. It probably actually is hollow, certainly because it's an AI. But um, oh, what was I going to do? I wanted to write some prompts. I wanted to write some prompts on uh, the Princess Bride somehow. Like write a Princess Bride to uh, story outline using the original characters. You can add characters if you like. So Joni, yep, And like I said earlier, I'm not sure that what I would use it for, but it's fun and interesting to try to figure it all out. Absolutely. I think I actually have some real world things to use on it. Like I am, building a couple websites I think it could be helpful for. I am like I said, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I'm potentially going to write a book about communication and so forth, and I have a new way of going about that, and I think I might be able to flesh out those ideas a little bit, and it might be able to help me describe some things. I'm a little interested in it, potentially doing some helping me write some comedy, because that's something that I've always could potentially wanted to do was get on stage and do some comedy. I don't expect it to be made like the jokes need to be good and I need to come up with the premises and so forth, but I think I'm just looking for here's the thing that I found with this that I really do like. The the GPTs, both of them, like the old one and this new one, Um, I like basically talking to it while I'm thinking about things because it basically it's like bouncing stuff off of somebody, but I don't have to worry about the other person being engaged or interested or having knowledge about what I'm talking about. It's just like a good place to just like it's almost like playing tennis, like practicing tennis by hitting a tennis ball up against a wall. um, there is feedback and there's something coming back to you, and you have constant things you need to react to, but it's not as complex as having a undirected discussion or having a match where you've got players on the other side and you don't know what they're going to do, and they're not necessarily going to be trying to have a volley where you keep the ball going longer. They may be trying to win or changing the direction of the ball and all that sort of thing. That might be too deep a metaphor, but um, yeah. Title: The Princess Bride: A Tale of Two Kingdoms. Okay, interesting. I used the word two there. Act one. I have absolutely no idea what this is going to do. Uh, Story begins 10 years after the events of the first film. Buttercup and Wesley. Is it Wesley or Wesley? Anyway, we'll say Wesley for sure. Uh, Now married, are ruling the kingdom of Florin. Okay. They have a daughter named Rose who has a thirst for adventures and dreams of becoming a great warrior like her father. Interesting. In the neighboring kingdom of Eben, ruled by the wise and just Queen Esmeralda, a mysterious artifact called the Stone of Shadows is stolen from the royal treasury. The stone is said to be holding the power to control people's minds, and its theft threatens the safety of both kingdoms. Queen Esmeralda sends her most trusted knight, Sir Cedric. I think Cedric might be one of the original characters, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure exactly who it was, though. To Florin, like I can't picture it. Oh gosh, I gotta look it up now. Dad blast it. Is that a real thing? Nah, nah, nah. That's not. All right. I apologize up front for you guys on the channel, and if you're paying attention, and I'm looking for this. I think I saw Cedric. Maybe I saw Cedric as another thing, but yeah. Okay, it's not there. So I think that's not actually a character. Anyway, sorry for that thing. Wesley and Buttercup, along with Inigo Montoya, now a skilled swordsmanship instructor. Makes sense. And Fezzik, beloved poet, sure, he likes to rhyme, and Rose agree to help Sir Cedric. They embark on a perilous journey to Eben to retrieve the artifact. Along the way, they meet new allies: Arabelle, a fierce archer with a hidden past, and Fox, a cunning and witty thief who claims to know the location of the stone. Boy, it's adding a lot of characters. I think I said I think I told it you can add characters if you like. I shouldn't have added that. It's adding too many characters. It's way too complex. Da 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 da. The group encounters various challenges, such as an enchanted forest filled with deadly creatures, a treacherous mountain pass guarded by a ferocious dragon, and a labyrinth filled with riddles and traps. This is interesting, but there's way too much going on. As they face these trials, Rose discovers their own bravery and learns valuable lessons from her parents and their friends. She forms a strong bond with Arabelle and learns the importance of trust and friendship. It wrote a story earlier and it talked a lot about trust and friendship, so that's interesting. Those must be like recurring, maybe story themes. Um, so it may reuse that a lot when you tell it to tell a story. Meanwhile, it is revealed that the Stone of Shadows was stolen by a power-hungry sorcerer named Malachor, who plans to use its power to take over both Florin and Eben. Act 3. See, we're almost done here. So, see, numbering. It's doing numbering wrong. Yeah, see, this is 5, and this is section 9. So, I ran into this earlier, and maybe you guys don't care, but it's just I'm noticing that when it numbers things, it doesn't always number them correctly, and I felt like it did a better job of that in the previous version. The group infiltrates Malachor's lair, where they discover the Stone of Shadows hidden deep within. Well, that's a pretty big leap. They infiltrate the lair and they find the stone immediately, so there's no story around finding the stone at all. As they attempt to retrieve it, I I didn't realize how many opinions I had about storytelling until I started reading stories and going, no, there's a piece here that needs to happen. So it's interesting to notice how I think I know stuff that I may or may not actually know. During their captivity, it is revealed that Fox is actually Malachor's apprentice, who has had a change of heart and now wants to help the group. He frees them, and together they confront Malachor. An epic battle ensues with Wesley, Inigo, and Fezzik showcasing their swordsmanship, strength, and wit. Okay, that makes sense. I'm not sure I would call what Fezzik does as wit, but sure, yeah. Maybe it's good. A good rhymes can be witty, sure, no problem. Rose, Arabelle, and Sir Cedric also display their combat prowess, proving their worth as true heroes. In the climax of the battle, Rose, with the help of her newfound friends, manages to outsmart Malachor and reclaim the Stone of Shadows. Malachor is defeated and the peace of both kingdoms is restored. It did this in the last story, like it just totally like glosses over the end. Like all this stuff happened and everything's okay now and we're done. And that's yeah, that's I don't know, that's not narratively interesting, and it certainly doesn't leave you with a bang going, "Hey, I should read another one of these stories." Um, I think it just sort of like peters off into I need to wrap up all the loose ends, which is nice to say I need to wrap up the loose ends, but so epilogue. So okay, maybe I'm speaking too soon. Wesley and Buttercup return to the Stone of Sages to Queen Esmeralda, who rewards their bravery by forging an alliance between Florin and Evan. Okay. Rose, now a skilled warrior, chooses to stay in Ebon to continue her training with Arabelle and Sir Cedric, promising to visit her parents often. Ooh, that's rough. That's a rough end. Like, all right, I'm gonna go do something else, and maybe that leaves for the Princess Bride 3. That makes sense. Inigo Montoya, Fezzik, and Fox embark on new adventures, spreading tales of their heroic deeds throughout the land. I used the word heroic here a couple of times. I think heroic's too strong because I didn't really hear of them doing anything all that heroic. Like they did things, but like um they weren't like as heroic as I'd like. Uh uh Describe or story about something heroic Inigo Montoya did during the last story. Inigo Montoya and the Bridge of Destiny. Okay, so it's got a place. The group's journey to Eben brought them to a vast canyon, at the bottom of which flowed a treacherous river, its currents swift and powerful. The only way to cross the canyon was traversing the Bridge of Destiny, a narrow, ancient bridge with no railings. No railings? Good gosh. I'm just picturing a flat bridge with no railings. So I guess we're getting to heroic because that's not for the faint of heart to be going across a bridge with no railings. No railings. The bridge was rumored to be guarded by a spectral swordsman who challenged anyone attempting to cross it. Good gosh, you don't need a swordsman and a bridge with no railings. Like you could just add wind. That would be enough. As the group approached the bridge, the spectral swordsman materialized before materialized before them, his ghostly visage striking fear into their hearts. Ah, I don't know if I've talked this many hours in a row. Gosh, maybe ever, really. This sustained. Anyway, we have 5 hours on our stream. What the hell? We're doing it. He declared that only those who could best him in a duel would be granted passage across the Bridge of Destiny. Although the entire group was concerned, Inigo Montoya stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with determination. He believed that his exceptional skills as a swordsman would be enough to overcome the ghostly guardian. The rest of the group watched with bated breath as Inigo and the spectral swordsman began their duel. With the clashing swords echoed through the canyon as the two combatants danced across the bridge. Inigo's years of training and experience were evident in his every move, but the spectral swordsman proved to be a formidable opponent. It became apparent that this was not a mere test of skill, but also of endurance. As the battle raged on, the group grew increasingly worried for Inigo's safety. Rose, in particular, was anxious for her friend and mentor, unable to stand idly by as he risked his life. However, Wesley, understanding the importance of the duel to Inigo, assured her that he had faith in his old friend's abilities. Well, that's trust. As the sun began to set, casting an eerie glow over the canyon, Inigo realized that the spectral swordsman was not an enemy, but rather a test of his own inner strength. He recalled the lessons of his past, the pain of losing his father, and the love and support of his friends. With renewed determination, Inigo masterfully parried the spectral swordsman's attacks and finally disarmed him. The spectral swordsman, conceding defeat, vanquished into the twilight, and the group was allowed to cross the Bridge of Destiny. Rose and the others rushed to congratulate Inigo, their awe and admiration clear on their faces. They realized that his victory was not only a testament to his skills, but also to his unwavering courage and dedication to his friends. Inigo Montoya's heroic act on the Bridge of Destiny became a legend that would be told for generations, inspiring countless others to face their fears and find strength in their bonds of friendship. Again, it's really going after this trust and friendship idea when it tells these stories. Phew, interesting stuff. All right, I feel like I'm a little too story focused now, so I want to try something new that's not so much a story. GPT-4. Let's see. Let's see. What kind of ideas can I pull together? Create an authentic relating game that teaches nonviolent communication ideas. So, in case you weren't here earlier, I teach something called nonviolent communication from time to time. I actually don't really teach it the way that they present it, but and authentic relating games are games that basically help people connect in the moment with kind of some honesty and openness that I think is pretty rare generally in the world. To just test that, to try it out, to be closer in the moment. Anyway, so game title, Empathy Express. Purpose of this authentic relating game is to teach participants principles of NVC and help them practice empathy, active listening, and effective self-expression. Number of players, 4 to 10. That's good. Materials. Timer, MVC prompt cards, optional. Okay. Begin by introducing the key concepts of nonviolent communication, observation, feeling, needs, requests. Give examples of the concept. No, that's not going to work. Divide the participants into pairs. That's fine. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Person A. Yeah, it may be aware of the Authentic Rating Games manual that I've used in the past that described and talked about different games. Because this person A, person B thing is definitely something you'd see in that manual. Person B listens actively without interrupting or offering advice. They should focus on understanding and empathizing with person A's experience. That's totally valid. After a person finishes sharing, person B will summarize what they heard using the framework, observation, feeling, need, request. That's too complicated for an actual game. Person A listens, person B's summary, provide feedback on the accuracy of the summary and whether they felt understood and emphasized with. That's a good concept. The roles are then switched, person B sharing a story and person A summarizing. Totally makes sense. Has some equanimity and making sure that everybody participates and gets all the pieces. Once both participants have shared and summarized, bring the whole group together, allow for short discussion, what they learned and insights. You could, in addition, to add variety, you can introduce NVC prompt cards. These can contain different scenarios or challenges related to communication. Or the cards can be used as a tool for group discussion, sure. Repeat steps 2 to 8 as many times as desired. Switch partners. Yeah, generally for a game like that, I doubt you might do another pairing, but probably not more than that. Debrief. At the end of the game, gather the group together for a final debrief. Encourage participants to share their experiences, what they learned, and challenges they face practicing NVC. Absolutely. Discuss ways to apply these skills in daily life and how they can contribute to healthier and more empathic communication. Certainly. Certainly, certainly, certainly. Describe the authentic relating games manual. I'm wondering if it knows what this is, because it didn't before. I'm curious if it knows who wrote it. It's used the word foster a few times. Authentic Relating Games Manual. Comprehensive guide to understanding, facilitating, and participating in a variety of games and exercises designed to foster deep connections, empathy, self-awareness, and effective communication among individuals and groups. Certainly. These games are intended for use in various settings, such as team building events, workshops, therapy sessions, or personal development gatherings. Sure. So, introduction, those all make sense. Core principles, presence, curiosity, confidentiality, respect, and consent. These are like agreements that we would generally have in that sort of a setting. So those are valid. I'm not sure I like confidentiality isn't like necessarily a core principle, but it's definitely it's a regular agreement you'd want to have. Setting the space, warm up icebreakers, deepen connection. Yeah, I'm not so connected to the NVC in that part. Closing activities and reflection. All right, my dear friends, I think I am finally, after 5 hours, I'm fading enough that I'm gonna stop. Um, if you have any parting things you want to throw into the chat, I'm happy to still do that. If you guys have ideas or things you want to throw in the chat and try, or you've been thinking about something and you weren't sure if you wanted to ask, now is the time to throw something in there before I close out. And I'll sit here and think for a moment, but it's been a little over 5 hours for the stream. Thank you all for joining me. This is my first attempt at a live stream on YouTube. Thanks for sharing. Joni, thanks for sharing the new GPT-4. Absolutely. Interesting stuff. Yep. Glad you were here, and thanks for sticking around for so long. And yeah, I hope you got something out of this. And I may do this again. I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I've probably hit my limit as far as talking. So I need a partner in crime, maybe, if I'm going to continue. But turns out at the moment I don't have a partner in crime that's here with me. So it's just going to be my crime. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't see anybody else throwing anything out there at the moment. So sending you guys lots of love and fun and care. I hope you can discover this stuff. I guess I'll wrap up with just let's see. I guess I should wrap up with some kind of a like what did I get or what did we potentially get out of this? Um, the new GPT-4 compared to the old one, I think it gives slightly longer answers and maybe it's a little more clean. I found that I had less places where I wanted to kind of correct the way things sounded, or I wanted to ask it to rewrite things. It's I didn't have any trouble. It said I'm limited to 100 messages every 4 hours, but since I was walking through things and trying to figure things out, I went for 5 hours and I didn't hit that limit, so that was nice. I did pay the $20 for the upgraded GPT-4 on ChatGPT so that I could get the GPT Plus because I wanted to try it out. I would say generally it's for most of the responses, I'd say 20 to 50% better. It didn't do a good job writing jokes or doing funny things. Um, Describing dance moves, it was a little disjointed, and I think didn't understand like how body parts moved and related to each other. So like the dance steps would potentially move in ways that would be unnatural or didn't tend to make sense. Um, I had a couple of times where I wanted to correct something that it said, but then when I reread it, I actually realized that it was correct. So basically, it was smarter than me in the initial parts of that moment. I mean, it's smarter than me in general, but um, I enjoyed that piece of it, uh, or being realizing that it was smart enough that it was getting some real subtleties of language that I didn't catch right away. But it also wrote stuff that was a little more complicated than in the older version, and the complication is tricky. So we'll see what happens with that. But let's see. I had it write a song. Didn't do a very good job on that. Uh, I had write a couple of stories that were interesting and engaging. I think especially if you work on the prompts to tell it what kind of a story you want. Like when I said uh, like engaging and exciting and added those sorts of phrases to having it write a story, then it worked pretty well. I also liked uh, the stories to embellish. So when I said, "Hey, take this part of the story and tell me more about it," it did a decent job of that. Um, and the more descriptive words I used of sort of the feeling that I wanted to come out of the stories, I could feel the stories pretty well. The only thing I noticed with the stories was, and this is my guess is limited to the amount of words that it's limited to, but it would write a piece of the story, and it would sort of write the story, and then as it got towards to like the last two paragraphs, it would sort of like just quickly go, okay, and everybody was happy, and everything was cool, and everybody off went off on new adventures. So it didn't like have satisfactory, like satisfying wrap ups. It was more along the lines of uh, just like clean it up enough so you could it would be like wrapping a package, and instead of putting a bow on it, you just tied it with string. like like the package was closed, but it wasn't beautiful, it wasn't inspiring, it wasn't interesting, it was just complete. um yeah, that fits pretty well for what I think was going on there. So this has been a Lookout Duck production, uh, for lack of a better word. So it's my first attempt at a live stream. If you like this, please like and subscribe if you like. I may do some more of this going down the road, but we put in about 5 hours for our first attempt and hope that this provided some information for folks who maybe didn't want to or couldn't pay for the GPT upgrade and just wanted to get an idea of what it did. If you have any thoughts or ideas for future prompts or things you'd like to check out uh, for what GPT-4 can do while it's out new and everything, put all that in the comments and I'll read through it and potentially put up the next videos or do another live stream and probably give some more notice. This was sort of a last minute thing since it took me about an hour to get my computer set up so I could run the live stream because I had never done it before. And now that I'm here and it's all set up, I'm happy to get started. Hope you enjoyed this. I'll talk to you later, I suppose. Thanks for those who joined us, and I am out. No, really, I'm out. I'm leaving.